touch it, or can you just write it onto the network and just rebrand your chat? Like,
Well,
for example,
so I
your
ran the
service inside the
infrastructure.
network.
So I ran all the basically all the shielding,
Yeah.
and
So
we
how does
built
that work?
all the NEMA cabinets and stuff, and then we were subcontracted, so only the Verizon tech. Like I literally was not allowed to touch their fiber. Like they get yeah, it was a big deal. We would probably lose the contract if we did. Um, and it's almost on the level of like a union thing where I think they were union actually, but that like you don't touch their fiber because that's seen as like you are interfering with their job or trying to take it because that's the way they see it. It was my understanding. But I don't know if I'm assuming it's kind of like that on the contract level because like there's not a lot of companies that provide fiber optics at a high level and high quality across a large spectrum because mobile network is a little different from
Okay.
ISP. So
All
sorry.
right.
Um, anyways, I don't want to take up too much space.
No, no, no. It's good that like it's good to know and understand it. So like so we know if this is just a Trump gimmick during his administration, because that's what happened actually with the network I was talking about. As soon as his administration was done, so he looked really good, providing cheaper network options for the lower class. But like as soon as his administration was done, the network just slowly disappeared as well. You know what I mean?
I
Marketing and
don't know
everything.
about I don't know about his products now, but I know like I remember when I was growing up, it was kind of like he had a reputation for like the Trump steaks and stuff. Like they were never worth what he was charging for them, but he was. I mean, he's always been just
Doge
selling the
Viking with
name.
the 10
I
gifted memberships. Nah, you're good. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm from New
no,
York
no,
City, bro.
no,
I
no,
grew
no.
up. I grew up with the knowledge that Trump is a shyster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's hustling. He's a
He's
hustler,
a
hundred
hustler.
percent. And like, but like I'm not thinking his taco bowls are going to be authentic, but I'm sure they're not terrible. Um, but he's selling the name more than anything, right? But I don't know if the Trump sons are just following the same footsteps. I can't imagine they're more creative businessmen than him. You know what I mean? But I don't want to judge them. I don't know them. You know what I mean? But yeah, I am curious to see what how that goes for them.
Doge with another 10 gifties. What's going on, Viking? Good trades today? Man, took some profits and is stunting in the chat.
W's in the chat for Doge, man. Let me put one in.
Zaid, you got to turn on your gifts in your settings. I don't think it comes default turned on unless I'm mistaken. Nah, I appreciate you, Viking. I don't think so, Sample, but I'm about to start telling people they do. Be like, you want the quick way to the crown? And some gifts.
Are you able to manipulate the XP given, D? Like if you have your favorites that you get more or
If I could, I would
add
never
manual?
tell.
Uh,
Nah, I don't even know how it works exactly. It seems like every hour, if you're here for the hour and you're typing, you get a certain amount of XP, but you only get awarded points every hour. Big New York City in the chat. What part of the town's you from, Ape? Dubs, what's going on, brother? Queens get the money. Makes sense, makes sense. Nah, it's wild how many different places we're from here too. So when I look at the analytics sometimes and I look at like where we're touching down at, it's crazy, bro. Like, literally all over the globe. Yeah, we've been looking at the hash ribbons for a while. Remember, we pulled up these hash ribbons and we were looking at that buy signal that we got on the daily. Right? Back here. And yeah, for the most part, you tend to get a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of drop, but then it's off and to the right. Right? Buy signal comes in, a little bit of consolidation, and then you're off and to the right. Sometimes longer than others. Let me check if it's on a weekly. Yeah, so this is the one that's got everybody excited, right? Last time we got a buy signal on the weekly. We had a nice little pump after. Here too. Buy signal on the weekly was like 2 candles before that bottom at 49. Buy signal on the weekly here was right before we pulled out. Same here. Yeah, it gives you a rough idea where everybody's logging in from sample. It doesn't put it like by the name or anything, right? Like I can't see where any individual person is from, but it'll tell you percentages. Mostly US, obviously. But a lot of UK, a lot of India, United Arab Emirates, Ireland, Scotland, Australia. We got our Romanian brothers. They're doxxed though. As soon as they talk, they're doxxed. You know exactly who they are.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, brother.
When you woke up and you lost all of your account money, I just can't go.
Liquidation overnight.
Yeah, and I'm making sure that every night the American ETFs or retailers are doing these moves, and I am sleeping, so I will not make this mistake anymore.
Brother, it is 5 o'clock in the morning for me right now. There's a reason why I'm still up at these hours. Trust me, I know that feeling. I would much rather have a regular sleep schedule, but seems like Asian and UK sessions have been a little tricky lately, so.
Yeah, and also I needed to listen you because right at 12 p.m. in my time or a.m. Right before like 20 hours, you said that there will be a retest at the first support level down there at 106, but I didn't listen, and I stay with my long. And now I'm in the bear
Happens
stomach.
to the best of us, brother. I can't tell you how many times I've ignored my own TA And there's no excuse for that. That's when it hurts the most. You just get a feeling like, I don't know, this kind of looks bullish. Yeah. I don't know. Let's set up our Asian box and see let's see what UK has to do here. I do expect one of these three one of the days of this 3-day retracement to be a green day. 1 day of drop, 1 day of recovery, one final day of drop, and then a real midweek reversal. So on market sessions, let's see what Asia gave us to play with here as far as a range. And then I'll show you guys what to watch for UK overnight. So in the Asian range, we want to take the highest candle during Asia and the lowest candle during Asia and box them out. All right, this is your Asian session here. Higher. Bam. So that's your Asian session right there. Your Asian high, your Asian low, and then you want to take your fib and find 50% of that range. Right? That's Asia's 50. So UK's job, and it's going to be a rough one because they already lost Asia's low. Asia's job is to set a range, right? Asia tends to set a range. It tends not to be like more than 1 or 2%. What did we get today? 1%, right? Asian range tends not to be more than 1 or 2%. Now, the reason that they set this up is because, remember, these three market makers, they've got to make it through the day without stepping on each other's toes. Right? So the way they do that is by this weekly swing that they, or this daily swing that they run. What we do now is we watch for UK to test Asia's 50. If UK loses the bottom of Asia's range and can't get it back above, they'll trend down for the entire session. UK session, when you're starting off trading, is one of the better sessions to trade. Right, this is one of the easier sessions to trade because when they pick a direction, they tend to go in that direction for the entire, for the entire session. If
Are you saying that that's what UK does all the time?
Yeah, if it comes up to the 50% mark, right, and it rejects, then again they will trend down for the entire session.
Yeah, and it was a joke because I remember what you were saying yesterday. That one guy from the UK is like, everything's going to depend on the UK, and he was like, "Oh, you guys don't depend on us."
Yeah. So if we get above Asia's 50 and hold, then it'll trend up for the entire session. So basically, what you're doing is you're watching these 3 points. Right, you're watching Asia's bottom, right, bottom of the range. Top of the range and the midpoint. This is set up for me for a continuation lower, right? I think we're going to lose the bottom of the Asian range here, fail to get back above, lose the 800, and UK will trend down for their entire session. That's what this feels like to me right now. But since I'm not going to be awake for the entire UK session, probably not to see. I'm just trying to explain what you guys want to look for. You know how to react. I'm going to get rid of these. You can see where the top of the range is just by the box. I just wanted to point it out. We can Tomorrow I'll get more into it because I haven't gone over that daily cycle for a while. I'll go into it and we'll just whip the chart backward to a random spot and I'll show you how this plays out. We'll backtrack it, backtest it. But for the most part, it's how they keep a functional business relationship within all the market maker sessions. No, Rajesh, the Asian session didn't start until this candle. We were in the gap. What I was saying earlier, that they take advantage of those gaps within the sessions to make all the moves. Right? Look at. Hold on. Why can't I take this shit off? Hold on, give me a second. Oh, well, that's great. Give me a second. I gotta charge this. My keyboard died. Only mouse TA from here on out. Till I get this thing charged. Yeah, but they'll take advantage. Whales will take advantage of times where market makers aren't on session to move price with less liquidity than they would need if they did it when market maker was on session. It's cheaper for them.
Yo, D, am I seeing this wrong? The 5-minute 800 and the 15-minute 800 seems to be like in the same place.
I can't change time frames.
Oh, okay.
My what you call it's dead.
Yeah, because like on my trading views, like the 800 of 15 and the 800 of 5-minute are actually in the same. Like where this little wick is right now is the 800. Is that's possible, right? For
Yeah, yeah.
like,
When your EMAs run sideways, they can just be on top of each other.
okay, great.
Like they're close enough to be on top of each other.
Mm-hmm. Because this is the 800 and the 15. This little tail right here.
Sample. I got a thing with chords, bro. I can't. It drive me crazy sitting at the desk looking at a bunch of chords. For me to use a keyboard with a chord, I would have to drill a hole in my desk to run the chord down underneath the keyboard so I wouldn't have to look at it. All my monitors are floating. All my chords are shielded. It's just a me thing. Way more practical to have everything plugged in. BTC went up and to the right without market maker. There's so much liquidity and such small supply. Remember, market makers only needed when there wasn't enough liquidity for it to be. People don't understand what it would be like without market maker at this point in Bitcoins. Not knowing that when you press that button that there's going to be somebody to buy those Bitcoin. Like people just get so used to hitting the button and no matter what, no matter how many Bitcoin you want to sell, even if you got to take a little bit of slippage, there's always somebody there to get it. RPAN, it's indicator. Market sessions is the name of the indicator. Eventually, yeah. I mean, if I was on vacation, I know I'd probably still be checking the charts. Yeah, for sure.
Labas mo na siguro yung iba naman.
You got an open mic, Ghost.
Nasa loob na ba?
Oh, sorry, dude.
You're good.
Yeah, I was checking. I was looking at the chart. I was looking for a bounce. Sorry.
Yeah. Rajesh, the scalping strategy that I teach here is with the 5 and the 13 and the 50 EMA. Right? Your 5 EMA, your yellow EMA acts as price. Right? Your 13 or your orange EMA acts as resistance or support. When your 5 EMA is above your 13 EMA, price is supported by the 13 EMA. Your first sign of weakness is when your price line or your yellow EMA comes underneath your support. You notice how the second you get that cross, the 13 EMA now acts as resistance? The show is officially over once the 13 EMA crosses the 50 with one candle of confirmation. That's when you switched bearish momentum. So this is when your 5 and your 13 crossing shows price weakness. Your 13 and your 50 show that your resistance is coming underneath your mean now, right? Which means you're now in bearish momentum. And it works the same way for the way up. Yeah, no problem. If you're in the Discord and you go into education, there's some write-ups about the strategy. I'm trying to put something more comprehensive together, but the market doesn't give me time. I look forward to take advantage of the bear market to really build up the Discord with some dope educational shit. Gonna be fun too when we don't have to be so hyper focused on the chart to be able to get into some actual like some different content. Right? There's a lot of shit I want to watch with you guys. But it's just now's not the time. But stuff to just give people a better grasp on macroeconomics and sort of, you know, the gears that really move price.
The good thing about the education part is that there's a lot of information in there, but it's not overwhelming.
Yeah, I try to keep it digestible. I could just go in there and flood it and make it look busy, like, oh my God, look at how much stuff is in here. But then that doesn't help anybody. You don't know what to pay attention to, what to focus on, what's important.
Did you all make that yourself? Well, compiled yourself?
Some of it I got from other people that have already put it together. You know, if there's no need to reinvent the wheel, right? If I find somebody that makes a good sort of put together a good little PDF or something on Google, like I'm not just gonna redo it and slap my logo on it, you know?
Yeah, well, I'm a programmer, so I know all about
Yeah.
reusing between cuts. But still, it's the way how it's presented. It's I think it's for me it was very useful. I think it's for a lot of newcomers. It's inviting, you
Yeah.
know. It's
Yeah, I got an invite for you, Rajesh. Give me a second. Here, this is the invite to the free section of the Discord. Well, this is the invite to the Discord. Everything is open right now. Premium is open to the free members. These scammers are getting out of control, so I'm trying to put. I know you guys have noticed because I told you that we were going premium a while ago, but I'm trying to push it as long as possible because I want as much. You know, I don't want to lock anybody out, but these damn scammers are getting out of control, bro. And the reason that they're able to do what they do is because they can come in on the free section and then they can jump in the list of members, and then they're just basically trying to fish out of that list of members, you know. So that $50 one-time fee is gonna make it to where it's not feasible for them to do it, right? Because every time I find every time I find the fake Dbloc, I kick them. If they gotta pay $50 every time I kick them, either we're gonna get rich off scammers or they're gonna give up on us. Because I kick at least 2 or 3 of them a day. But yeah, now that you took that invite, just know if anybody, if I send you an invite or I send you a message, it's not me, brother. You send me a friend request, I'll accept it. Send me a message through Discord and I'll answer it. But the only way that you can be sure that that person you're talking to is a scammer is if I do it like that. If not, it's going to be really difficult. If you're already in the Discord and you want to get your Cypher family role, this is the link to the WAP store here. And it'll automatically just give you your role. And then you're stuck with us for as long as you decide to stay in the crypto game.
do you think, D, that they are timing their like scam requests, like when there is like a bit of doubt or a bit of uncertainty in the market, and then they send you a request because then you're more eager to accept and to.
I don't know. Yeah, it's possible. They could probably come on, or I mean, it seems like new people are the ones that get. So I think they're just waiting. They go on the list and they probably refresh by new members, and then whatever new members came in that day, they just try to spam them. Right? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. We're boiling it down though. We're boiling it down to because there's a member in here that's spawning all of them. Right? There's a member in here with a regular name that's probably in the free section, probably one of the people who haven't got a Cypher family role. And they're the ones that are spawning these. You know, they'll invite them in themselves. We don't have to give them an invite because, you know, they'll just send the invite to them. If we lose Asia's low, Matthew, the chance that it resets during the UK session are pretty low. Now, at the end of the UK session, you have your overlap for US, and you can see trend reversals in the last sort of bit of this UK session. That would be somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning, right as US starts to open and things start to get a little spicy. But most of the time, if they lose Asia's low and can't get back above it, they'll trend down for the entire session. That's why I say that it's a good session to trade. Like, if you've been trading for a while and you decide, okay, I want to start trading leverage, but I want to take it easy, UK is a good session. for the most part, there's not too much volatility, and it tends to go in one direction once it chooses that direction. Very sort of low stress session to trade. Yeah, there's a snake in the grass somewhere, crypto. Me and my mods are starting to boil it down though. Got a pretty good suspect. Be nervous if it's you. We're coming. We're coming for you.
ACX, the exchange block. All right, trading leverage on some free money. It's easy if you if you stick to the rules.
What?
It, I'm trading leverage for the first time on some on KSX and KC. I know. I said I never would. I gave you my word, but it was free money, and I'm kicking butt.
Little moment of silence. I wish I had a funeral trumpet somewhere to play right now, and I don't have the sound. That's the biggest fail ever. Oh, I lied. Is this it? No, that's the wrong horn. It's not the right one at all.
What do you have somebody up in here? What do you mean? You got somebody you're looking for? What are they doing?
No, after you just said that shit, I was trying to play one of those sad military funeral bugle horn things but I couldn't find it. Be careful, bro. That's all I could tell you.
Oh, it's not mine. It's free money.
Yeah, it's always free money in the beginning. You
Yeah,
think
man,
the addiction
I'm not
starts?
transferring. You think I'm gonna fucking transfer and link
Language.
my accounts? Oh, I apologize.
I hope not.
I apologize. But no, I never would do that. So they can rip it. No. They make this stuff so easy for you to mess up.
Oh yeah.
So easy for one.
And just rewarding enough to get you hooked.
Just rewarding enough for me to understand why people lose their behinds all the time. Because they're dum-dums. Like you're 50% up on 25x, 50% on the trade. Obviously,
It
the
can
rips
happen
up
to
there.
It can happen to the best of us.
Take it.
Like I always
Yep,
tell you,
12.
I'm not worried about the people that get in the leverage and get wrecked right away because they're gonna learn their lesson really quick and they won't do it again. I'm worried about the people that get success, like the people that I've seen wreck the worst, or people that came into leverage and had really tight rules, figured it out. They were super good at it, made tons of money, and just got overconfident.
Yeah. They got money. Money changed them.
Just got
their outlook
overconfident.
on money.
There's a confidence that comes with being able to press a button and just print money. That's what it feels like after a while.
Yeah.
Then you're like, well, damn,
you're right.
I'm so good at this. One last trade. You get that little voice. There's a little voice on your shoulder that goes, Steven, one last trade, bro. You just move this account. You just move this account over here and you do the same thing that you did 1,000 times.
Just once.
And that's when they get you.
And they get you. I know.
Daniel, you're more successful leverage traders, and by successful I mean they'll be here in 3 years. Anybody can make a shit ton of money in a couple days on leverage. But I mean, longevity, right? The ones that actually make it, 3 to 5x, bro. 3 to 5x, and they're only using 3% of their portfolio. Maybe some of the more degenerate ones are using 5% of their portfolio. 5x with 5% of your portfolio is insanely degenerate in the world of traders that live to trade another day.
This whole 75x stuff, you want to talk about that? How absolutely ridiculous it is.
Bro, just look at today. Everybody's like, oh, you just got to follow your rules and you got to this and you got to that. All right, cool. First rule that gets broken is stop loss. I promise you. The very first rule that gets broken when people trade leverage is stop loss.
Yep.
Right? So let's
Yep.
say that you've only broken one of your rules. You got wrecked today. If you weren't short, if you were playing the market and you were playing that bull flag breakout where we got the high of the week right there when Trump tweeted that shit, you absolutely got slaughtered. And if you had everything on the line, you lost everything. And it was no fault of your own. Your only mistake was you were too exposed.
You may not have.
And you broke some of your rules. You broke some of your rules. You know?
They have a close all button right next to like other buttons that you click to see your orders. Just close all.
It's free dopamine, bro. It feels like free dopamine. Like you press the button, it's like you're running an IV of just straight dopamine to your brain every time you jump in and out of a leverage trade.
Staring at that screen, dude. Staring. The drug. I need.
Don't get me wrong. There's a way to do it properly, right? The only reason I don't do it is because it's not a risk I have to take. But there's people who in here that trade leverage every day and do it successfully. They've also got 3, 4, 5 years of trading experience under their belt. Look, I've been doing this for just the Discord shit, right? Just the sort of group environment for like 6, 7 years now. I can count on one hand the brand new trader that came in, didn't know how to trade, jumped into leverage and was successful. I don't even need one hand. I only probably need a couple fingers. The amount of people that I've seen come in, say they're never going to touch leverage, end up touching it, getting over their heads, and then being wiped out are just insane. And it's not any weirder than anywhere else. That's the average. Right? 80 to 85% of leverage contracts expire worthless. 75 to 80% of traders lose their money. If it wasn't like that, right? If those weren't the odds, they wouldn't offer it. You know what I mean? Like, they're not trying to just give you free money so you can get rich. Like, there's a reason that they offer this. And it's because at the end of the day, the house wins.
Always.
Yeah. Which doesn't mean you can't beat the casino. It just means, bro, everybody knows what happens when you sit in the casino for too long. You could have a great night, stay there for 3 more hours, 4 more hours, 6 more hours. Eventually, you're going to give it all back.
We're going to kind of walk out that casino with a smile on your face, acting like you won so people don't see the sadness.
You're getting slapped like Macron.
Yeah, people don't understand the power of compounding spot. Because, you know, I think that somewhere around maybe between your first and your second cycle, you start to realize accumulation. It's usually around the top of your bull market. You take a bunch of money coin and you start doing the math on if you would have held this coin, if you would have had this many coins. And then you start to realize like you're not really supposed to be accumulating fiat, right? You're supposed to be accumulating coins. And then people say, yeah, but you know, I can take my savings I could take what I win on leverage and I can just buy coins and then I'll be able to buy more coins. It's like, yeah, you could, but you don't, do you? You just go
Yeah.
heavier on your next leverage trade. Don't lie. You don't gotta lie to me. You know what time it is. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do, but nobody does it. Very few. Very few.
Within the last 5 minutes, I went from almost positive on this Pepe trade to down 92%.
Those are the trap longs that got freed on the way up, Sample. We can get rid of that line now. This is just what signaled our false move up. Where those trap longs getting freed. Yeah, from the weekend. Alright, well, I hate to leave the spooky fourth target on the chart while I go to sleep, but I want to make sure that it doesn't go off the chart. What's going on, Sync Games? And we'll get rid of the Asian box. We know where that is at this point. Yeah, you and me both. I was actually going to go to sleep about 20 minutes ago. My keyboard died and I wasn't done setting up the chart. And now I kind of want to see these liquidations get taken and see what happens at this support. The way the shorts are looking, we're due a sort of relief rally here, but I'm telling you, by Wednesday night, I expect to be somewhere between 3 and 4. Hopefully closer to 3. That's Wednesday, right? So, all right, so we need to talk about that then. Because our weekly swing, usually, like I said, is your false move Monday, your 3-day retracement, and then your midweek reversal, which comes in on Thursday. On days where there's FOMC meetings or there's big data on Wednesdays, that can shift. So we can get our pivot on Wednesday, which actually is a bit of a relief because it takes 24 hours off the clock. Let me see something. Retail sales. Not gonna be a big deal. Yeah. 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Is gonna be a banger, bro. Expect a lot of volatility because we get unemployment claims at 8:30, but we don't get the FOMC meeting until 2. We don't get the statement until 2. So we could whip around. They're expecting a drop to 246,000 from 248, so that's not that big of a swing. We kind of want everything to come in as predicted tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, the day after. Yeah, it's gonna be a whipsaw. But you know, FOMC, we're used to it at this point. When we get closer to it, I'll give out some more warnings. Which one, Bio? What white writing? Oh, we finally filled that out. What are you doing, Dbloc? And we've already got the measured move. But I just want to show you for educational purposes. The confluence that we get with 4. I would prefer, if I could have it my way, that this move doesn't happen all in one day. Like, I don't want to just come down here and flush now. Would like to hold this support, right? The support is significant. Maybe come back up, retest resistance. That's just me being greedy, though, because I don't want to catch these lows while I'm passed out. Yeah, your short should be good money. If you can break this support, your short's going to print. But the next 15, 20 minutes to let you know what it looked like. Yeah, Zambrano. We're showing some weakness. We're already down, you know what I mean, almost 50% of the measured move on this bearish pattern. Although I do expect a relief rally. We haven't seen any sign of that yet. So typically going long in the support is a good idea, especially a support this strong. But you might want to give it a couple ticks, personally. For me, anyways.
Yo, Dbloc,
Yeah.
check out Prime. Prime just touched its April low,
Oh my God! Don't
or about to break its April low.
thought you were gonna tell me it was pumping.
But I think it's gonna hold. It feels like it's about to hold. Really hasn't. It stopped kind of bleeding out just right here at like 226.
Yeah. No, yes, that's not a stopping volume candle. Your stopping volume candle is gonna have a longer wick than a body. Yeah, the chart looked like it had one more small move left in it when this happened. That's what was so nasty about it, Sen. This bull flag right here broke with that vector. Probably sucked a lot of people into that trade. Right? But I mean, honestly, there wasn't a lot left in it. My measured move for the top was 109.3, and we got to like what 108.9, something like that. But this was nasty work. Yeah, it should work on whatever chart you put it on, Matthew. It's called tape. TAPE. It's just an old ticker tape. Old school ins and outs. Yeah, I TP'd there. I had already taken roughly about 40%. Took 20% on the first green vector, 20% on the other one, and then my stop loss got hit right underneath 104, 108.2. What you're looking for, Rajesh, is aggressive buyers and sellers, right? If you come down to a level of support and the tape is dead, right, that tells you something. You can set the yellow to be whatever you want. I have it set to 10 Bitcoin right now. So when you have aggressive buyers and sellers come in, you'll see the tape light up yellow. That'll let you know that at least there's some support behind the move. Yeah, so like right now, you would like to see, if this support was going to hold, you would like to see the tape start to light up.
Question: When you, in your experience, have you ever noticed like specifics with what? I guess it would be just smaller time frames, but like how deep into the candle things like to move to validate, or do they, just varies with each
Yeah,
move, or
so with vectors specifically, if you're bullish, you leave some green vectors behind. If you're bullish, you only need to take out 50% of that vector to mitigate it. It seems like market maker satisfies himself with 50% to not kill the bullish sentiment. Same thing when you're bearish, right? When you're bearish and you leave a vector gap like the one that we have here, right? It's a good example. On the 15-minute, this would be one large vector, one large red vector, right? If you take your measuring tool and you look for 50%, right? 50% of the vector is that white line right there. You see how price came up to fill, and at 50%, it just rolled over, right? It didn't need to go all the way up because the market was very bearish at this point. Right? So when things are very bearish, it's like a 50% retracement and you're good. When things are really bullish, it's the same way, and the opposite. So it's typically a good sign when you see price come down, hold 50% of the vector and push away. But here's an example where it didn't work. Right? You came down, you're watching this vector, you're seeing it pull back. You see it start to react at about 50% of the vector. So you're like, okay, maybe we're bullish and this pushes away towards the top of the range. But then support comes in, 200 EMA comes in, 50 EMA comes in, knocks you down.
Alts once again just decimated.
Bitcoin dominance is just way too bullish right now, bro. When Bitcoin dominance is this high and I see a alt pumping, it's like, who you feeling like? You almost want to like tap the alt on the shoulder and be like, hey, you better be careful. You know, Bitcoin still runs the block right now. And, you know, I try to reduce some of the exposure to downside risk by being only in higher market cap alts. But I'm taking a bath on some of those positions too. Right? If something goes down overnight, it's not like the bigger alts aren't going down at all. They're just not stretching out as hard as the smaller alts are. Yeah, if you're in the Discord, go into the education section of the Discord and where it says hold on. Okay, why did I do that? I must have been half asleep when I did this. Apparently I posted, I'll fix it tomorrow. But for right now, if you want the settings for the TR main, go into the market Cypher tab underneath education. For some reason I came in there and posted it under the wrong spot. Ruben, the answer to that question is yes. I know that's not the answer you're looking for, but that's a pretty good representation of my split right now.
Yo, it feels like 106 was trying to hold.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is significant support. I would just like to see some buyers come in. Honestly, Ruben, to give you a more direct answer, if you're asking me literally where I've placed my bets in order of highest allocation, it's ETH and Sui and Solana are pretty much tied. Now, if you're asking where do I place my bets and what do I think is going to get the highest ROI out of the three, it's going to be Sui, in my opinion. But there's something to be said for safety, right? So you tend to keep your bigger amounts. And I haven't, the reason that my ETH bag is so big is because I haven't bought ERC20s yet, right? So the same way I denominate in Bitcoin to buy alts, I'll denominate in ETH to buy my ERC20s when it's time to get degen.
Dude, has anyone talked about what this big news that Trump flew back to DC was for?
I don't know, man. Until I'm proven different, I think it's to watch the show. I thought it was gonna be tonight, but I've been scanning news and it's been kind of quiet.
But what's crazy is, so he left Canada to fly back, and then Macron comes out and is like, "Yo, it's we understand if," and he mentioned ceasefire. So market was kind of stabilizing and a little bit of a rally here and there, but more often it was just kind of stabilizing. And then he had to tweet mid-flight saying something like Macron just like is an attention guy. He just wants attention. He doesn't know what he's talking about. There is no ceasefire. He just wanted to make sure, like, I'm not flying back for the ceasefire, but there's something big happening. Like, why would he have to say that, man?
I don't know why he says half of the shit he says, bro. To be honest with you. It's not. No, no, I don't think it can. I will be selling all my SUI at the top of this market and hoping for that 90-95% dip so I can buy a ridiculous amount at the bottom of the next bear. I don't hold on to anything during the bear market except for shorts on legacy. Dean, it's never luck, brother. It's always preparation meeting opportunity. Right? Sometimes you get that. Sometimes you just get a gift and you got to enjoy it just as good as everything else. Bro, I knew people that were in a short on Luna when it collapsed just because it was a regular retracement to the mean. Imagine that one. You're just sitting there looking for a regular 5% short, and then the asset just goes to shit.
Dude, these ults are sounding like there's some inside info that someone knows.
I'm up late. I'm about to go to bed here soon. I had to restart the stream, then my keyboard died, then Bitcoin got interesting. Yeah, Dean, I've never sold at the top of the market when anybody around me said it was a good idea. Like, I've always literally had to fight that, oh, you're selling too early, you're leaving profit on the table. All right. Just like at the bottoms, right? Whenever we buy, everybody thinks we're crazy. That's how you know it's the right time to buy, when you feel it in the pit of your stomach, those nerves. Look at these aggressive buys coming in. I don't like that head and shoulders, Sheen. I don't like the right side of that head and shoulders, but it doesn't matter because it's still an M pattern, right? And that measured move would bring you down, like I said. But if there's any area or any time that we're going to get front run, in my opinion, it's going to be here. And the fact that the right side of this pattern was made by a bunch of fear, right? I don't like the shoulder on it. I don't like that we came down too deep. No problem, brother. Fib extensions are cool. Remember how when we were in this weekend trap and we were setting our psychological ranges, I said that it's used as mean reversion, right? That at some point during the week you'll revisit these psychological ranges. When I had the fight with Zusi, he wanted me to call it something else. Well, we're back at that range now. War, no war. Eventually, by the end of this week, we would have come back to this range, in my opinion. Now let's see what happens under. With Trump's big news. Dun dun dun. Hold on. Actually, let's just do it now. Let's get this out of the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, but a dump before FOMC, kind of bullish, right? Like I'd rather a dump before FOMC than we pump into FOMC.
We come down any lower than this support, promise you there's going to be a news story.
I think they're gonna try to take us down to 100. I think they're gonna just wipe it all clean right before the FOMC. Clean slate, take it all out, and then just run it back hard.
Who's they? Because market maker has no targets down there. So it would have to be whales. And if you've been paying attention, these whales have been fighting each other worse than anybody else. I don't even think market maker's a problem for them anymore. They're too busy fighting each other on hyperliquid. No, I'm not expecting the dip to go that far. I'm honestly expecting us to stop somewhere around 3. Right, we have our 3-day retracement. This is already day 1. Wednesday we should get our reversal on FOMC. So between 3 and 4 is where I'm shooting for. But if the support doesn't hold, then Trump said something that we don't like. When is it? His announcement is soon, right? His announcement is in tomorrow, probably.
He didn't even say he was gonna do an announcement. Like the news was he was flying back. He was gathering like people to meet him at the Situation Room.
Well, yeah. In other words, we'll know what the issue is by then. Like,
yeah, like something.
You don't just
and then
cut a
tweeted
meeting
out
short
something
and come
big.
back to Washington and get all your security council together and everything for nothing. I think it's geopolitical, and as long as it's geopolitical, we can deal with the effects on Bitcoin.
And if it's not related to ceasefire, I'm just trying. I don't know what could be so big. He was basically it's bigger than a ceasefire. That ceasefire is pretty big.
Presidents
Like a
tend to
China
go to
deal,
situation
China deal,
rooms to
maybe?
deal with ongoing operations. Like, you've seen it in the movies, right? Navy SEALs are about to go in. President's in the situation room with the cabinet watching it on the 12 screens and shit. Go, go, go. That shit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what target is out there? Like someone from the
There's a
Taliban or
pretty
something?
big one sitting out there. The one that he just warned live in front of the world and told everybody to leave the city. Like, what do you mean? There's a massive target out there. If it's going to be anything, it's going to be Iran.
You think that's what I'm saying? Maybe you think they're gonna go after the Ayatollah?
Nah,
Like straight up?
they'll just go. They'll go after infrastructure. If the U.S. has to come in, right? The U.S. isn't going to come in my opinion, unless they have to come in. And if they have to come in, it's because they have to use something that Israel doesn't have. So I would imagine maybe they've got some nuclear shit on the ground, some bunker buster shit. I don't think they're gonna just level Tehran, you know, or Tehran. But yeah, they've got bunker busters that can get through all that shit. There's something that needs to be taken out. And I mean, honestly, Israel really hit them with all they have. So there is no escalation that Israel could do short of the big one. You know what I mean? So the U.S. almost has to step in if they want to escalate, because we're the ones that have the conventional weapons. We don't have to go that far. We can do enough damage with the regular bombs and shit we have. No, I don't see us going back to 100K unless something goes horribly wrong. Remember our macro, guys. Let's go back to the macro for a second, because we're getting lost in the weeds on the short time frame. Let's go back to the only range that matters here. The only thing that matters for long-term bullishness, this is for the macro, right? This is for the health of our bull market. Only thing that matters is we don't close a daily candle underneath 102,447, and that we don't close a weekly candle underneath 104.5. Right? So on the weekly, we still have 5 days to go. So we have 5 days to not close in this range. We can't close inside of this range with the weekly candle. We can wick down, but we can't close inside of it. And with a daily, we can't close underneath it. Things change if that happens. Until that happens, there's nothing to worry about. And if that happens, I'll be screaming it from the hilltop. So, but just get used to that range. 104.5, 102.4. Four has us dipping down into the red, but with daily candles, right? So it's not a big deal. I would just make sure you're looking for confluence if you're using fibs, right? I love a good 786 just like anybody else. But with what's going on right now, just take a really good look at liquidity. Make sure there's not any massive liquidity sitting underneath. Let me take a look at, hold on. Let's take a look at the liquidations and see what we've got going. So this is our area of interest here. 104, 1036, right? We got a pretty big hot spot for liquidations there. You can't look at 6-month liquidations. You're going to get shit that's way too far away. Right? 24-hour, we're right sort of in the soup. On the weekly, we're still looking at that range underneath us. I'll look at the 3-month for you, though. The 3-month is giving you liquidation levels all the way to 64. Right? These guys get to eat. Not everybody gets wrecked, guys. If you've got a long position and your liquidation level is down at 64K, you're probably on vacation right now. You're not watching the charts. Yeah. But let's go look at what sort of buy orders we have underneath us that can catch price, if any. Uh, 364 Bitcoin at 105 flat. This is the problem, guys. See the buy walls that we ran into up here? Like a brick wall, sell walls. It's like a brick wall of sell orders above. Yeah, the VPVR. Dun, dun. We're in a gap right now. We have high volume nodes around 105. My target 3 is that big buy order. Just happens to be at the psychological range. And that's right at the end of one of the gaps. The biggest gap is the one that we're going in now, right? The one that we're like halfway through already. If I can get it to pop up on the screen. There we go. So remember I told you guys these gaps, right? When you have these gaps in volume, price moves really fast through these gaps. There's really nothing to support it. Right? So our next high volume node is right underneath support. And then we have another gap down to 105.4. All right, y'all. I'm going to get some sleep. I will leave the chart. Make sure that we don't come off the screen here. Tons of liquidations around 3 here. All right, ladies, gentlemen, trade safe. Be on in the morning. Actually, try to get up early tomorrow. He says at 6 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I'll be on in a bit. Good night.
Hey Dbloc, how are you? Você pôs de graça, mas também perto.
You got an open mic, Binary?
Yeah, lá eu já. Yeah. Resources. What did you got?
Binary trade, your mic is open.
Оцени Качаться. Я за я за Я трек малайс. Я за
Hey, brother Brian, you have an open mic, brother. Brian, you have an open mic, brother.
See how you're fucking sleeping. Fucking sleeping. Yeah. Hopefully the sun dries the grass out of it. Fuck. It's not.
Reefer, you got an open mic over there.
Okay. Do. Well, that's not bad. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Fuck, you want to go up in there? Not really. Go fire in there? Might go. Possibly. Let's get then I'll check it out. Maybe it's
Oh, you want to?
You saw those whale movements on it, guys? Tell me how it feels that to be on 250 leverage on this. Bilisin mo rin, no?
It's the truck, man. I know. It's over the weekend. What's there's spot to wash it in fucking hot. I have
Man. And
Yeah, I'm feeling in about 2.5 minutes on this new hourly. Might get a slight local reversal. We shall see. Let some more shorts build up. Wreck those shorts hardcore, because you know how we like to do. Cook them bears. Cookie, cookie. Bear's getting excited a little too early. Hold my bear. And that's the blow off bottom we need. Hourly start. Bang, bang. Come in the hourly. Let's see if we can reverse this downfall. A lot of sell pressure here, but watch it. Non-financial advice. Got a little battle going on. There's a target that a lot of people want, but when a lot of people want a target, they usually don't get it. And Bitcoin is holding nice at 104,800. Starting to get a little bit of buy right here. Bears don't have that much ammunition left because they've been dumping. So, now it's time for some fiat to step in, some stable coin to wash out these bears. Oh, James Wynn just tweeted we're going 93K. Pump it. Neve took profits on the East Shore. Profits, profits, profits. Whales that are accumulating need the sell pressure. Get those buys with no slippage. Someone just made a nice big $6.2 million buy on Binance. Yash is in. Let's go, Yash. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Got another $2.1 million buy, another $1 million buy, $578,000 buy, $262,000 buy, $943,000 sell, $1.7 million buy, $1.3 million buy. Big buys, big buys. See if we get this nice little bounce, at least bounce up above 105.4 in the next 15 minutes should signal a potential reversal. I'm still in my Doge position. I'm gonna go make me a pumpernickel sandwich. I'll be right back.
This way?
See a good stopping volume.
Yeah, that's our circle. Why are you taking off your shoes? It's dirty here. Mama, you can't do that. Iris, you can't do that. Put your shoe back on, please. There's bugs here. Yeah, that's why I told you don't get in the water. Is your foot itchy now?
Open mic.
Okay, put your shoe on. We gotta go back
Open
home.
mic, yo.
'Cause it's bad for your feet.
Anybody know who that is? Who is that?
Okay, watch out. Let me help you. Watch out. Take your foot out. There you go.
Yo, open mic.
Let's go. We gotta go home and wash your feet.
Yeah, if we make a lower low here, I'm not even going to watch the charts. I'm going to hold my position. Try to get some more money and buy the dip. But I'm not selling my Doge. No one can have my Doge. You're not getting it. I'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Well, I think Bitcoin has a chance of fighting here because it's a third touch on a support angular on like a hourly chart. We'll see. It would be more elegant, of course, to complete a flat ABC at 100K, but it will probably won't just go straight down, right? There's a bit of acceleration downward going on, and it looks like people are pressing buy. So maybe we can go back up, SR test, and who knows what's going to happen, right? But like going back up to that 106, 1055, 1055 actually. Make sure there's resistance there, and we'll see what the market tells us. If there's resistance there, then I guess you would patiently still wait for a low below the previous low, at least below 1026, right? Like I don't know, somewhere there. But if we actually reclaim 1055, then next year back at 107, 108, and after that we'll probably short squeeze. But for short squeeze, you need people going short, and I'm not like 100% sure they're doing that. It's pretty. Order flow is bearish today. Like we're missing 1,000 Bitcoin on spot, but on average, like this dump isn't enough to wreck people who longed yesterday because, well, it's kind of a high low still on a lot of coins, right? I mean, not yesterday, last week. I don't know, we'll see, we'll see. In the meantime, I bought a bit here and there. Tiny buys. Just in case we bounce from 104. Also, it's Europe, 6 o'clock in France, so our markets are gonna close. And they're red. Germany is red, France is red. Nasdaq and SPY aren't that red. Like, there's not much going on, actually. They're waiting for Powell, right? So, they could easily fill the upward gap left from yesterday's close, or fill the one left from Friday's close. We're closer to the upward one, so a bit of relief, I guess. Makes a bit sense, no? And I don't know, we'll see. Guess I'm betting a bit on a relief, yeah. I mean, relief, oh, come on, people. Bitcoin is down 2.8%, like in a sea of green. We're at 100. We're barely below 105. But, I mean, it's a red candle, right? We can smell deviation below the triangle, potential SFP kind of situation. But for now, we're respecting it, so it still smells a bit of a fake out below 104, but at least let's fill the order, right? So if you put a limit buy at 104, let's fill people who are doing that currently. I tried to be smart with it. I put 104,001, thinking, oh, I'm gonna front run 104. But well, actually, for now we're bouncing from 104 100 something. So instead of putting 104,001, maybe I should just type 105. That way, I'm sure I'm in. I don't know, but yeah, Coinbase is annoying when you buy a Bitcoin because you need to limit if you don't want to pay a bit less fees. When you have small volume like me, you gotta limit. Also, if PTC reaching an angular support, it tapped multiple times. I mean, eventually, it's gonna break, right? But it's so well respected that like we could just see the typical fake out, stay, I don't know, a few days below it, and then maybe maybe at the end of the week we come back at the range we're in, which is between 2300 satoshis and 2500 satoshis. Like, it's not a huge range, right? It's like less than 10%, I guess. And yeah, it doesn't have to be a fake out, right? We could just lose this up move, well, this strength, and retrace, like really retrace the up move, right? So somewhere around 20,000 satoshis even is in the cards in case we lose support, like more like on a daily time frame, right? But I like this because we like retesting 2nd of February wick on a lot of charts. So if you took longs and you TP'd a bit, then well, we're kind of back at the same levels. In dollar too. I mean, on some coins it's also true in dollar, right? Not only on the pair. If it's still far from 2nd of February low. But yeah, that would be a cool opportunity to buy, even though hell will be loose. Well, it's probably even early, you know. But yeah, better buy early than not buy at all. Right? Because I mean, if you wait for a lower low below 1400 on ETH, also, ABC wise, support has been built at 103. So I don't really know why I'm trying to buy 104, honestly. I should wait for 103, where we have proof that price reversed up 3 times. The first time we reached 107, the second time we reached 110, and the third time we reached 109. So every time you go back above 103, we got well, a lower high. There was only one time where we really went below 103, and that found support at 100,000. I mean, if you really want to wreck everybody, you kind of need to go below 100k. Oh, you won't wreck shorts by doing that, though. And these shorts are printing a bit. Although, if you zoom out, you gotta sacrifice some money to branch, right? Like, it's been tough. This climb from 74. And then, well, we like correct 10%. Maybe we correct another 10%, but because we start from almost the same level, you know, you're barely gonna get a low low.
Yeah, but for now we're gonna need a little bouncy bounce. Yeah, but for now we're gonna need a little bouncy bounce. Yeah, but
There's some echo.
Yeah, that was mine. Sorry, I turned off the.
No problem. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'd like to see it too. We'll see. Maybe we need to kind of fill that order and do the little wick below 104, and then we bounce. So, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, 104.2. This is the 618 of the local. Short term. So
618. Oh, you're like 1 second, 1 minute. You mean?
No. On the 15 minute, if you look at the 15-minute chart on Bitcoin, my zero, the trend starts at 100. I mean, from the low from last Friday. Remember that low, the dip that we had? That was the low of this trend, all the way up, and this is sort of still inside that. Still inside that
Yeah.
trend.
We're at the like golden. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, that
Yeah.
105,500, which slowed down at least temporarily the bears, right? 105.5 was golden pocket. Like that could have been a good area to reverse, but it's not what happened. And now you say we are at the next fib level, 104.5, roughly. Oh, and we're a bit
We have
below it.
a 104,200. The 786 is at 102,500. I don't know if I'm the
Oh,
50.
okay. No, you drew it. Okay, no, you drew it since 100K. Okay.
Yes, 100K.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
since the price action is still within the range.
Oh yeah, right.
Right.
So we're
The
at
50,
golden pocket here.
yeah, we're in golden pocket. That's why I've been trying to tell
Right.
the guys.
Oh, that's why I'm trying to catch it. Yeah, right. Sorry, I didn't sleep enough. I'm tired. But yeah,
Yeah, no,
well,
I
right. There was some conference here. Yeah.
yeah.
You have
Because
an angular and a golden.
yep. Until we pass that 100K, I mean, this is basically still within that trend. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, and you have. I mean, if we bounce from here, the idea that volatility is decreasing and we're doing a daily time frame symmetrical triangle is gonna gain a lot of weight, and I kind of know how to trade that. We used to trading symmetricals
Yeah,
on
volume's getting
tops
better
and
than
lows.
earlier today. Earlier today, volume was horrible, Zuzi.
I was at work. Didn't follow. Really, it was horrible. But price moved 3%. So typically, when there's a move, yeah, you're right. It's slow. Yeah. I mean, CVD is pretty unbalanced. Minus 800, but on low volume. Okay.
Yeah, there's still a lot of pressure. There's still a lot of sell pressure, though.
It's not that low.
Yeah.
I don't think people have sold yet, honestly.
No, trust me. This is just like scalpers and short-term traders making their profits. Because in terms of spot, all I'm doing now is buy. I'm not selling anything in spot. If this is the range,
It's a bit. Honestly, when you zoom out, it's very early to buy. But yeah. I'm doing the same stuff, but I know it's early.
Yeah, I still have a bit of drip. Sales are still
around. We should buy when we have a confirmed downtrend, and I guess if you zoom in, you have a bit of a downtrend going on. Like we dropped 10%, and well, but compared to the up move, we're buying early.
Yeah. The sell pressure is still pretty big. Let's see if this is just faking people out. This is a decent area to have a small relief bounce.
I think like on a W above 104.
Mm. We'll see on this retest. On the 15, it's retesting that line right now.
What does the indicator say comparing the current
Oh, I
low
mean,
with the
I'm getting green
one
dots. Getting a lot of green dots on my indicators. It's a buy
with the
for now.
one 15 minutes ago,
Yeah.
20 minutes ago? Yeah.
Yeah. ETH is a buy. Sui is a buy. I'm still watching Bitcoin. I don't care what my indicators say.
Yeah, kind of same, but I'm always curious a bit what they do. No, ETH hasn't put a low, so bit of a wick below 2,432 would be welcome to create a bit of an ABC and
Mhm.
make people give up the idea, get all the stop losses, and if there's someone who's still bullish on ETH and is a big whale, he should absorb all those stop losses getting triggered and this and that and make it pump back up. Now, if people are strong enough to buy it before that happens, well, they'll just that whale will have to FOMO if he's not patient enough, right? So that's another way of doing it. He'll just make us break out 2,800, right?
Mhm.
Because he has too much money. Like he needs us to sell in order to buy, and he needs us to buy in order to us to sell, right? So he'll have no choice but to buy 2,800 if people front like I don't know if you see what I mean. Like yeah, that's how whales FOMO.
Mhm.
It's when their
Yeah, let's wait.
news campaign doesn't work.
Let's see. Let's see.
I paid this journalist to fund Bitcoin so I could buy it, but it's not working. It ain't dropping.
Yeah, it didn't drop yet. I bought on that wick, on that first wick down, and put some losses on the big caps. So I'm still safe. I don't
I
care
mean,
if
like
I get.
on the on the weekly, on the monthly, we're not really dropping
Oh yeah.
yet.
Okay.
Yet that will come too.
Are you do you have a big bag of ETH, Zusi?
I mean, it's becoming smaller and smaller because of what the pair did these last years. But no, I did add to that losing trade, and it did make a bit with this bounce up. But no, overall no, it's like
Okay.
12%,
Yeah, because
12%.
I'm so
I
unsure
think
about this. I'm
it used to be
if you
more. It was even 25 at one point.
yeah.
I think
Can you take a look at the 1 day of ETH? I'm a little worried about that
actually
bull flag.
9%. Right now, I'm 9% in ETH on Coinbase. ETH daily?
Yeah, can you check? Because like I got Dbloc say, and I kind of feel the same way he is. I feel like that flag looks a little extended. It's actually a bearish flag, not a bullish flag. And there
I
are
like that it reclaimed the weekly 200 MA. If it's trying to hold the weekly 200 MA, it's been 6 weeks.
trying to
We're trying to
test
do that.
the 50 on
But
the 1 day also.
a bit like what happened on the left in summer 2024, where we were able to hold that 200 MA weekly average. Well, we couldn't this winter, well, beginning of summer. But now we're back at it. It's curling down too. No, that's kind of cool.
Come on, Bitcoin, push a little up. Come on, give me a little gains.
I,
I've been bored all day, man. I kind of closed my shorts really early, so like it's been a waiting game for me and some of the guys in chat and
that
girls.
2,437 is the 200 MA on the weekly, and it looks like ETH is having a bit of a reaction there. Yeah, I mean that's a big deal. If on Sunday we close below 2,400, then well, I mean, we'll see if it's a fake out or not. But it means you're back in the bear market, right? I mean, we're talking about the weekly 200 MA. By definition, if you're below it, you're like, it's been a bear market. It's a bit too late. Like you just automatically buy.
How's the tape? I'm watching the tape right now. You got some. It's like back and forth buys and sells. Boom. There you go. Let's go, Biddy. Let's go, Soul. Come on, you push a little. There you go. Come on, baby.
What I'm seeing right now here, if it recover from here, it's going to be a good recovery. And if it didn't, it's going to drop hard, even harder.
Right? Yeah, I have the same feeling. If we
Yeah,
do a little bounce, I'll be happy. If we do
yeah,
keep going down, then so be it.
yeah,
But it's gonna drop hard if it does.
yeah, really hard.
But so far, we're looking good. My longs, baby. Are you any positions? Are you in your Bitcoin right now?
No,
Did you
no,
long?
no. I was in the short position last night, and I
Mm-hmm.
keep moving my stop loss, and I just closed it. Just closed it.
Perfect.
Yeah, just keeping the 5% of my quantity, and my stop loss is above 104,560.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect. And
I'm
we'll have
just
to see
keeping
what
the
happens in the
5%.
next couple
Yeah,
candles. It's a little going back and forth, so I'm just watching.
yeah. I mean, it's a lot of bloodbath since last night.
Yep, yep.
And look at all the liquidity on the top. There's nothing underneath us anymore.
Cook some pasta. I'll be back.
Okay.
Gotta keep the dopamines level on flatline.
Yeah.
I gotta stay up for this trade. So there we go. There's the engulfing I was looking for. Come on, close up. Just close above it. Close above that candle.
We're going down, baby. Yeah.
Let's go. Hope so. You know, we don't know until candle close, right?
What happened now?
I was looking for a candle close on the 5. Just an engulfing. I'm
We
looking
know,
for
we
a green.
know. There is a psychological barrier under 104, so we are going below it.
Let's see.
Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, this 1 hour, 2 hour is most crucial moments.
Yep. Still weak, but I've been picked out before. We'll see.
Yeah.
That's why we buy in the wicks, right? That's why we buy in the wicks, so we can have some distance. We can watch.
Yeah.
You know, our nails. So far, I feel like Bitcoin still deserves a little bounce, at least on the 15.
No, he don't deserve the bounce. He deserves the train down there.
Big buys coming in.
Oh my God. Drew just bought
Told you.
Yeah, I'm a little underwater in my last trade, but I still got more crypto than I had on the trade before that. So
Yeah,
I guess
you'll recover
still-
soon.
I'm sticking to the plan, I guess.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we're going to the moon, baby.
I still feel it. I feel it in my bones. We shall be there soon to the moon.
Yeah.
Let's go, Soul. Let's go, Soul. Let's push. There we go. Come on. Let's go, baby. Yeah, that's a nice bounce. There we go. That's the candle I'm looking for.
Bumpy. Open mic in France.
Sorry for that. My company is like congratulating itself.
What?
We had a good quarter.
All right. That's good.
Félicitations aussi.
I mean, everybody had a good quarter. No, that freaking Nasdaq is back up. I guess the top 500 companies had a good quarter.
Did the company thank you, Sushi, for your contribution?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's how it works. So
Good, good, good.
I'm just
Did
not
they,
sure I personally contributed that much, but
what about a little raise, a little bonus or something, maybe?
well, that was like 18 months ago, not this year, no.
You can still bring it up, like, hey, remember 18 months ago? You guys are doing real well. Did anyone get any bonuses, or maybe we can take a longer vacation this coming Christmas or something? What's going on, guys?
We're pretty cool with vacation in France. Like, I have like 35 days per year, 33 days per year.
That's pretty good.
Like 7 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, in Belgium it's the same.
Right now, I'm unemployed and I'm loving it. Unemployed and I'm not looking for a job either.
Please don't tell big bars coming in. I just lost my trade and close it. There's as
And
big buyer.
this might be. I thought we were going to do a pivot point a little bit higher, to tell you the truth. So, I mean, I'm thinking this is the pivot point here, in my opinion.
Yes,
Targets are there. I
but
mean, everything that we need is on that chart that Dbloc gave us.
so now I lost few hundreds, but
Well, all hope is not lost. We might dump because we're still getting sell pressure.
Oh yeah, that sell pressure is still pretty big.
No, it stopped. It stopped an hour ago. This is noise.
No, there's still some. Yeah, it's noise, but there's still a little bit of overhead pressure on us.
This is 100x leverages making price move a few ticks when they open and close their trades. You can feel hesitation in the market too, right? Like we're just sitting flat. People are maybe waiting to see what happens, or I don't know. It's pretty flat. And if you look at CVD, it's going back up since the initial low. The first one at 104, 100 something. So there are some people pressing tiny buys.
Hey, some people sold their grandma's house, maxed out the wife's boyfriend's credit card, burnt down their house for insurance money, living in their car, but with a lot of doge, you know, they're going to try to get a boat and fancy girls. Big up to Salvo.
Well, the cool thing with these orders is that the invalidation is really close, right? It's just like $100 lower than 104 now. But I think it's always better to buy after the level is broken and it's reclaimed than to actually buy on the way down, right?
Salvo, you're doing it right, though, because you're getting a boyfriend's credit card, the girlfriend's boyfriend's credit card. It's pretty good, man. I like that. Oh, wife's boyfriend's. The wife's boyfriend's credit card. I mean, as long as you got a girlfriend too, I guess, right?
That phone of Dbloc must make a lot of noise right now, no? All those alerts.
We're losing a lot of ground compared to the stock market currently, right? Because you know that SPY and all that, they're still grinding upward, even with this bearish news. Like, I don't think you've really broken much. It's kind of true on Bitcoin too, but if you look at percentages, well, we dumped 10%, right? Well, recently we dropped less than that, but well, in any case, like all you need is 2% pump on SPY to get new all-time high, while Bitcoin needs a bit more than 6%. I guess that makes it even more bullish, because if we dump too much, then we'll probably also pump too much.
Historically, we always need a shakeout before a breakout, whether it's a little shakeout or a big break shakeout. That's what these blow-off bottoms are. If you zoom out on Bitcoin, honest, I'd say 4 hour, 6 hour, 12-hour daily.
You think this is enough to
I'm
shake
hoping, man. I got all my chips in one basket with a big bucket of hope, hoping that this is it right here.
On ETH?
No, on Doge.
Where's Doge at? Wait, I have a trade on Doge. Oh, it's getting wrecked.
Yeah, of course, man.
16.7.
Yeah, it's just under 17.
I'm still in profit, but
Nice.
That's a nice round trip.
Yeah, no, I got wrecked.
Yeah, I'm still stuck in there from 22.5 to 23, and then I bought some down at 17.050, but pretty much stuck up there 22.2 to 23.
Oh no, me, I'm stuck from 6 months ago. I'm stuck from 14 cent. Yeah, you know, when it went to 13 something. So
Believe it or not, I'm actually stuck up there from the lower 40s when I was buying in and selling out, buying in and selling out. So things got to make it back above 40 for it.
Those. I realized those losses, like those losses are done. So I don't look back that much.
I just need to get above 18 and a half, or no, 18 about 1.187, 0.188 to be in profit. No, yeah. Just under 19 cents, I'd be in some pretty good profit, actually.
You're probably in that same boat, Drew, too. You were kind of accumulating around like a little bit lower than 23, like high 22s.
Yeah, I had big
and then it
buys
kept dipping on us, so you just jumped out and jumped back and reaccumulate. I've just done it too many times where it's taken off without me, and I get pissed at myself. So
Bitcoin getting a little bit of sell pressure here.
But when it falls like this, I get just as pissed at myself because I knew it was coming. But I'd rather feel safe than sorry.
See, I kind of like my coin count, so I'm just kind of just like, all right, let me just ride it out because I don't want to lose any more positioning.
I hear you. It's the same feeling I'm feeling. It's tough when you're trying to make a quick, simple thing and it takes off, or opposite, you know?
Got a few nice buys that just came in.
The problem is a bit fundamental here, no? Like, we expected Trump to bring peace in Ukraine, bring peace in the Middle East, bring peace in Iran, but in the end, it's been like 6 months, and well, none of that happened. I wonder if the sentiment hit from that will make people angry that they won't buy. No, probably not, right? Or quite the opposite, because they're angry they're just gonna buy. No, when you're angry, you sell, no? What do you do when you guys are angry at your chart?
Well, it depends if you're in position or you're not. You know, it depends if you're. I mean, usually if you're angry at the chart, sometimes it could be that you lost positioning, you know, and you're not in position, or you're in position, you got wrecked. So it depends.
Like,
But
you're
yeah,
politically angry, you
no.
would be
I just go
less
ride my
in.
snowboard or go ride my bike.
I mean, what do you do when you see Macron do some things? Nothing. It's like it's a parallel.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't invest if I'm pissed, no, at Macron. Like, I'd be like, France is going down, it's a bear market, and I just wouldn't invest. Oh, maybe that's a good time to pump things then.
Yeah. So I would say it's pretty similar here. You know, when people lose faith, if they lose faith in the president, if they lose faith in the government, then they're going to lose faith in going into high risk assets that involve, you know, stability from the government and these people. And if there's no stability and there's big question marks everywhere, yeah, I mean, at least the stock markets are going to drop. But I think crypto is pretty resilient. And no matter what happens, right now, as the narrative's out, and you can see we're still hanging what $104,000, $104,275 Bitcoin. So we're good to go, in my opinion. Anybody that got shook out here is gonna be regretting it, in my opinion. Not financial advice. Might have a little lower dip, you know, but I think this area, 100K area, is gonna be good. Even if we breach 100K a little bit, I think the bull trend is not over. Still in range on a inclining channel on a macro. Too much bullishness in the economic headwind, as I like to say. We got a vice president that's a champion of Bitcoin right now, and he's out there talking. We got people all over the place. We got Atkins, who was a top advisor of cryptocurrency, DeFi cryptocurrency project, now that took Gary Gensler's place. He's erasing and rewinding all the mess that Gensler did. Going to start off with fresh framework. Right now, they're just sitting in line, some of these institutions, because they can't get in because of the liability, because the framework's not ready. Framework's going to be ready pretty soon. I think he's probably done drafting. So I would imagine within 2 months, 3 months, there's going to be proper guidelines for digital currencies in the United States and how companies interact with them and how they can issue them, how they can broker them. Right now, it's still up in there, basically.
I need to walk my dog.
Oh, yeah, go do it. I need to put some more pumpernickel in the oven, too.
But I'm not sure of the timing here. But yeah, you know, it's 6 o'clock here. Time to walk her.
I'll be right back also. Not too long ago, Trump tweeted, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are
my
not going to take. We are not going to take him out. Kill! Exclamation mark. At least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter." And then he tweeted, "Unconditional surrender" in all caps.
Man, can I tell something about what I share, what I want to share?
Go ahead, man.
Because this, like you're telling, these buyers is coming, are not changing anything, man. And traders, youngers like me, are getting into this trap. Like you tell it, and I got manipulated by your words. Then I got close my trade or open my trade, but there is nothing change about the scales. Like if we're going down, we're going down, and this is the downtrend. So yeah, please, like if you say big buyers, say big
My man, guess
sellers
what?
too.
Look at the chart.
I
Big
think you
buys
get
coming
it.
in. Big buys coming in. What you want? Look right now. Big buys. What?
Can't
Yeah,
you
but we're
can't
falling
base
down,
your
you know.
trade off of him saying big buys though. Can't do that.
Go grow a pair of balls, man, and trade on your own, dude. If I see big buys, I'm gonna say big buys. Stop being a pussy. Excuse my French.
Of course, I get this, but tell at least big sellers coming too, because
I
the
say
price is
that too
going low
sometimes.
and low, and we will
You
get.
can say it. Man, look at the tape. The tape's
You know?
right there. You can see when there's big buys and big sells.
Just go
Okay,
along,
man.
bro. Just go along wherever the price is going. Just go along. That's what my strategy is.
Don't.
If there's a bear, I'm with the bear. If it's a bull, we are with the bulls. Just go along.
Yeah, and don't get manipulated.
Yeah.
Maybe try to practice trying to manipulate the market a little more than crying about being manipulated. Think about that.
No. Yes, I'm accepting. We're many young traders in this group, and when you're saying this, you got our minds like to buy, because we are in selling mode now.
Well,
That's
I
all
don't
I
know
want
if
to
you're
say.
speaking for everyone, if you're speaking for yourself, because you're saying we're in selling mode. There's some people in buying mode. There's some people in selling mode. Man, there's no we here. There's no like consensus. Some people are bullish at a moment. Some people are bearish. Don't let anyone manipulate you. If somebody else says big sells or big buys, if I say it shouldn't matter. Look for yourself. You have all the information in front of you. Don't let people manipulate you. You're gonna lose forever if you let that happen.
Yeah, the good thing about this channel is nobody gives the financial advice. Dbloc shares his TA, everyone shares his own opinions. Drew shares his own, I share my own, Ghost shows his own, Lucy shows his own. So we all shares our opinions, but we can't predict the price where the price is going. We have the invalidation point, we have the support and resistance, we have price action, we have liquidity. Everything is right in front of us. So you can plan your trade accordingly. So you don't get manipulated by just saying big buys or big sells.
And there's people that trade against me, maybe you want to
Yeah,
trade.
yeah,
It's like, whatever. No one takes it serious. If you take it serious,
yeah.
it's like, you got to
I
check for
mean,
yourself. I won't say a big
yeah,
buy unless I see a big buy. It has to be close to $1 million to be a big buy. If
mm,
I don't see anything close to $1 million, I won't say it. I'm not going to lie.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
already
at
know
the
in
same time,
Drew.
You
there,
can't be
Drew talk about the
reacting
price.
of someone saying big buys. You can't be reacting. Come on.
I would just
That's the
like to
beauty of the
point
community.
out,
You can have five different speculations, and from that five different opinions, you can actually like kind of see where you feel like is this where I want to go? Is this not? And if you have doubts, you can actually ask the chat. You can go on the VC and just ask us because everything here is
yeah,
discussed. We never have one definite solution. Like I was bullish. I got SL'd and I'm back in, right? You just gotta roll it.
And there's some people, they'll hear me say rockets, 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 and they'll sell right there or they're going to short. They'll use me as an indicator. They're like, oh, it's the top. Drew's yelling rockets. And sometimes they make a lot of money. That's just how the nature of the beast is. So it's got to go, with your own flow.
Yeah, there were. I would like to point out, Drew, that there were just a couple of big buys, and you didn't say anything. So
Oh man.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of how like alts are just not ready, man. They just don't have the life. They don't have their own oxygen tank going underwater. Everything right now is just like, what is Bitcoin gonna do? And that's we're just at the mercy of it right now. Because the only trade that didn't get like stop loss was well, was the Bitcoin trade from the wick. But
Yeah.
all my alts longs got SL that I'm like double thinking whether I have to come back in it. So yeah, you just gotta make a decision.
yeah, and I think I speak for most of us here when I say that we all took a losses today. If it's not in a trade and it's at the portfolio balance, don't look at the portfolio balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ramon, that's funny. He said, I thought Drew had an open mic while working at McDonald's saying, big fries coming in, big fries.
Yeah.
But yeah, my man, sorry if I got a little, heated on you, but it's the second time you brought it up, and it's the second time I have to repeat myself. That's why I got a little frustrated with you, because we already talked about this. So just don't be a wimp, man. Put your chest into it when you got to say something to me. I heard you the first time, but you have to be a man no matter how young you are and think for yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 50 of age. Yeah. If I take, let's say, 40 trades a month, doesn't mean I'm winning all the trades. I might be losing 20, 25 trades, but I'm winning. I'm not correct all the time. I got invalidated sometime. Whenever the news came, whenever there's some kind of, the geopolitical situation, anything, like we can be wrong. We could be wrong anytime. There's no issue in that. We're not winning all the time. If any trader, um, anyone saying that I'm winning 100%, he's wrong. He's wrong. So we win, we lose. That's how we learn.
Also, if you would follow what is actually on the chart drawn every day, I'm pretty sure 80%
Yeah.
or more you do the correct thing. So usually what happens is people are going short when the arrow is pointing up, and people are longing when the arrow is pointing down. If you're new, then at least follow what's being said and what is being shown on the screen. No?
Yeah. It's everything is just there right in front of you.
Yep, all the tools are on that screen.
Yeah.
Everything that you need
1,
to
2, 3,
verify your
4.
speculation is on that screen.
Yeah.
The first job of a trader is to speculate. We don't we don't have foresight. We can't see what's in the future, but we can speculate.
Yeah.
We use all the information, data, news, whatever, rumors, and from there we discuss it. And but you're the one who's going to press the buy and sell button, not us.
Yeah.
You know,
And I
you're the one who's
can't,
going
we
to press
can't
the buy
blame
and sell
anyone. You can't blame anyone.
button. Yep.
It's like gambling, but if you lose, you don't lose everything,
Not
and
like
when you
it. It,
win,
it,
you
it
win.
gets to a point. Yeah, it gets to a point. But I bet you, like 95% of the people in chat are Like everybody has their own strategy. Everybody has their own way of trading.
Yeah, we learn from each other. We learn from. I have my own strategy, but I follow Dbloc. I listen to Zusi. I listen to you. I listen to Drew. I listen to everyone, and I make my own analysis to open any kind of a trade. I can't blame anyone. I
Yeah.
can't blame Drew that you have shared the bull flag or the bear flag, and I took the wrong trade just because of you. I can't say that because, as the ghost said, it's end of the day, it's me who push the button for buy and sell.
Yeah, and you know, it's I'm still like biased, and you have to understand, you know, if I'm saying
Yeah,
something, even though there's big buys and big sells, if I'm in position, I'm gonna say the big buys much louder than the big sells. I might not even say the sells. Because I'm biased and I'm trying to,
we know you do.
you
We
know.
know you. We
So,
know you
but it's
very
like
well.
I'm not gonna lie. If I see a big sell, I'm not gonna say it's a big buy, you know. So like I don't want to mislead, but I am biased, and everybody's biased, and you have to, whoever's like trying to go on the lead and like following me, following Dbloc, following one of you guys, following Zusi or anyone, just always figure out their bias before you kind of listen, because everyone's usually biased. They're usually heavier in position or heavier out of position. So you have
Yes.
to take that in consideration also. I'll be right back. Nothing but love, man. I apologize for being
Big selling, big
being
selling,
a
big
little frustrated.
selling.
I'll be back.
180. Oh my God.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
We I'm doing well. Yeah, so I'm sure surely to God someone is in on the shorts, yeah? Hopefully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they might
Yeah.
be printing.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, has it been printing? Oh Lord. I think today I've probably made more in today than I've made in the last 2 weeks together, to be honest with you. Which I mean that's not an incredible amount, you know, right? Like about 500, almost 500.
That's good, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, dude, the account was small, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's definitely getting there. Especially after today. Woo. That's a sell-off, man. Like you know, I've seen choppy sell-offs and like, you know, retest sell-offs, but this one right here, oh wow. Just
Yeah,
straight.
people are scared now.
Yeah, yeah, oh
People
yeah.
are scared.
Yeah, they are. The war, yeah. Trump's on his way over to Iran as we speak right now to go try to talk a peace treaty. So that's extremely scary.
Yeah,
So that's very
it could
scary
be.
for
It
him.
could be.
That man has got some balls, let me tell you, to go over
Yeah.
there and do that.
He goes really nuts, bro. That's
Dude,
no doubt about it. He
dude.
go crazy. He don't bother
No,
anyone.
what he
He
did
don't
when
That
he
bother
man,
met the
anything.
Taliban leader, right? When he met
that
with a
man,
Taliban leader in his last
yeah,
term, he sat
Yeah,
down
he
with the
yeah.
guys like,
showed him a picture of his house
yeah, he showed him a
with his
picture of his
cousins.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, make sure we're gonna withdraw, but you make sure no one gets hurt. And then gives him a picture of his house and walks out.
Yeah,
From the satellite view.
yeah. He's crazy, man.
Yeah, he don't give a F.
Yeah.
I don't.
Like he really just no F's given. Period. I mean, man, yeah, that dude, that guy
I
is
mean,
crazy.
uh, yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
to face a bullet and get spared by God, bro, in front of everybody, in front of God and everybody.
Yep.
That's crazy. Like,
everybody in the world, they like Trump. Honestly, they like Trump when it comes to negotiation and the peace talks and all the other stuff. Everybody likes Trump because he's very straightforward. He
just
don't
like his
go right.
straightforward business attitude.
Yeah,
That's all I like about him.
yeah.
But
I mean, he don't go here and there. He just goes straight. You are a liar. You are right. You are
yeah,
wrong. You are good. You are bad.
you're a wonderful person and you're a piece of
Yeah.
scum.
Yeah, it's either,
Yeah.
yeah, it's that.
You're a fake
It's like
news.
there is no in between with Trump.
No, bro,
It's pretty
bro,
great.
I'm from a third world country, and everybody I sit down with, everybody loves Trump. Like we just like
Yeah.
that. We just like that
Yeah, we
because
love him, man.
especially from a country like mine, like you hear so much BS every day in politics. It's all this like sweet talking and like
Yeah.
curveballs here and there, and then you see a president who just goes like, "Okay, this is what we gotta do. You, I don't like you.
Yeah.
Unconditional surrender." I'm like, wow.
I mean, if you ask the people the US went to war with, I mean, if you ask the Afghani people, do you like Trump? They will say, oh man, yeah, we love him.
Ooh, alts are getting smacked. Okay.
Yeah, man, they are. Pepe is on sale. I mean, like
Yeah,
on sale.
on sale.
Yeah,
Everything,
honestly,
all
like I would fully expect some kind of a return after we get hopefully some kind of news here with Trump coming. He'll probably come back and release a tweet, and then you know, it'll just boing
oh,
straight back to
Yeah,
he just did. He
yeah,
says he's gonna announce something after the meeting at 1 p.m.
yeah. So
Yeah.
this
Well, we
is
gotta wait.
just
We
like
gotta wait. Let's see what
this
he's
is
got to say.
all just panic right here is what it is. Because if you've noticed, it's not like it's like confusion, massive confusion in the market is what it is. Because it's just a
All I
slow sell
know,
off.
yeah, all I know after the Trump gave his speech, I mean after the meeting 1 p.m., it's gonna be a really bearish or it's gonna be a really bullish.
Yeah, yeah. Probably
Yeah,
still bullish though, to be
yeah.
honest. I don't know. I'm still bullish. I've
I
seen this
am.
before. I've seen this
This
before, you
is
know, the
absolutely what.
slow,
Yeah,
choppy sell off, and then all of a sudden, boom, a big green candle, and it totally changes the structure.
yeah.
Guys, we're at
But I
$103,000.
know one thing.
I
Yeah, I
mean, like,
know, man.
Yeah.
yeah, we're in
We're
it.
banging through the thousands down. It's pretty crazy, to be
This
honest.
is a beautiful day. This is an
I've just
absolute
got,
beautiful
yeah, it
day.
is, man. My stop
I
loss
sold
is like
all my
getting so
crypto,
deep
dude.
in the profit.
This is now the second time I did it, and luckily it worked out for me. I sold all my crypto, like every single thing I had when I saw this happening, and
Yeah,
yeah,
I've been
beautiful
waiting for
day.
this. Yeah, I'm actually. It's kind of embarrassing. I normally don't ever go this high, but I'm actually 125x in leverage right now on a short from 105 200.
Well done.
Oh,
Yeah,
you must
but
be
I
loving it then.
but I don't have an extremely girthy account, right? It's not like I'm sitting here with like
Even
10 to
then, bro.
5 bands.
Even
But
then, bro.
it's
If you're trading with a $50 with
yeah,
120x, you must
I
be
know it.
printing really bad.
I'm almost at a $500 profit, man. I'm super happy.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
been great.
That's
It's a
good,
wonderful
man.
day.
Congrats.
Yeah, you can watch a movie and have a popcorn with that money.
Absolutely, man. I got my stop
Yeah.
loss set so deep in the profit, it's not even funny.
This has unlocked new fear for me, bro. Trump. This news is just insane. I didn't
Honestly, I
expect.
hope he releases a tweet while he's over there and he says some stuff, something like, I don't know, guys. Things seem a little iffy over
Like,
here or something like
Bro,
that.
like,
You know what
he
I mean?
posts
The
he
market
like a
just
posts
month
tanked.
ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a month ago. Like a month ago. I mean, I'm from Pakistan. Like a month ago, we and India was in the war, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Trump just tweeted that there's going to be no war between India and Pakistan. I said, what the hell happened? We don't know. We, as in Pakistani, we didn't knew that. Obviously, the Indian, they didn't knew that. But all of a sudden, Trump just tweeted, the war is over, ceasefire. So it could be anything. But Iranian, they, I mean,
Yeah. Khamenei is a different animal. I mean, from
yeah,
everybody in the group.
he's a different, he's a
So
different
Yeah.
risky
kind of thing.
dumping, risky dumping.
It's 500. I'm at $506. Boom. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It just it went down a little bit more, quite a bit more actually. Wow.
Good
It's
on you, brother. Good on you, man.
yeah. I'm still in it, man. My stop loss is now at
Yeah.
400. So
Let's go. Keep it going.
I know, man.
Here's
That's
a
what I'm saying. I need him to release a tweet while he's over there, so it just goes boom to the downside one good time. You know what I mean? I need it to hit like 95K real quick. That'd be great.
You know what's crazy? I run trip this trade. I did a round trip, man.
This is a
And I
wonderful
was
sell.
up. I was up by $80 yesterday.
You said you were up. Wait, say that one more time,
Yeah,
bro.
I was up $80 yesterday. I didn't take
Yeah.
profit.
Oh,
So
dude,
the
I've
thing
done
just
that so
kind
many
of like
times.
from me, man.
Yeah, that's so it's hard to do because you're like, oh man, I'm up
But
so high. Maybe I could just sit on it for a minute. It's okay if it comes back a little bit, you know. And then you'll
yeah,
see it go from 80 to 70 to 60 to 50 and you're like, ah, but by then it's too late. You know, I mean, you could have had 70 or 80. I mean,
exactly.
I've gotten to the point, man,
If you
where
if you
I
stop
am not
news,
scared
man,
to squeeze the trigger, bro. If I see a decent profit for me, considering my portfolio size, which is nothing superior, I'd squeeze the trigger. Boom. I'd take my money.
You know, my style of trading is whenever I take a trade, I mean short or long, I don't do TPs. I just move my stop long along with the price. The price is coming down. I move my stop loss along.
It's a wonderful
Oh,
idea. That's smart.
yeah. instead of taking profit, just move your stop log along. Once you see at the
That's what I'm doing on this trade, actually. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly what you said. Yeah, my
yeah,
stop loss is
just
just
move.
kind of going down the further it goes down. I set
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
you know
two,
what's a
three,
decent
three.
trick for your stop loss? See the 13 EMA. Put a
Yeah.
little above, like right in between the 13 and the 50.
Yeah,
Right in
that's
between.
another
Yeah.
best idea. Yeah. But whenever I'm in trade, my hands are on the mouse and I'm tracking my moving my stop loss along just few $100 above.
Yeah.
But you guys sold Bitcoin while I was walking my doggy dog. Damn.
Yeah, we we thought it's the best idea to sell it when Zusi is not around.
Oh, good luck on your shorts.
How
Negative
about
get a
Nate? I'm
front
just
line.
keeping it.
We get these negative funding rates.
Yeah.
Not on Bitcoin, not on Sui.
Honestly, man, I'm afraid of Trump. That guy is a wild dog.
Yeah, it seems like everyone else in the market is afraid of Trump as well, man. So they've all just kind of decided. Everyone is just slowly like, huh, I'm gonna think I should
Yep.
sell here. So, yeah.
Wait, I gotta check on my other position. Oh, gold is doing good though.
But the markets are doing fine too.
Yeah.
You know, they're not like we've
Gold
seen
is
like
looking good.
3-4% red days with the Trump fear of tariffs. This is nothing. They're down like 0.5%.
Yep,
But
yep.
good news is with Bitcoin at support and markets at resistance, it's gonna have a chance at being strong against a downturn in the markets. We've seen it kind of stronger than the markets, right? Because we pumped earlier than they did, and like Bitcoin was the thing to buy. Now it became the thing to sell, because we're dropping more than they are, and yeah, we were a bit ahead. Now we're behind, roughly speaking, I think.
We got 6 hours before this daily candle ends. The 50 EMA on the daily is just right there below this price. Let's see what happens. This is just a
I
retest or a
I
completion
made a
of
lower low.
yeah, or a completion of our inverse head and shoulder. Let's see.
Yeah, it is on the. You're on the daily for Bitcoin. Is that what you're looking at?
Yep.
Yeah, it's coming down to hit that 50 right there. Perfect.
That's
I
what I was
think.
discussing with Dbloc yesterday. I was like, so if this is go time to buy my spot. So like I've been DCAing on this trend, just buying spot. So I
Yeah.
accumulated some dry powder and just like I think we're near, hopefully. But we do.
Case 93 has the 200 EMA now, right? Like,
Yeah, I was about to say that.
so even
Yeah,
your worst case
93
is
is the
just like
200.
10. I mean, for today, and
Yeah.
your worst case is like just 10% lower.
Yeah, 93K would be
Yesterday,
great.
yeah, yesterday he was talking about 99, and today he changed his mind to 93.
No, I've been talking about 92 to 94 for a few months now.
All right, let's see.
My buy is still down there. Hasn't moved.
Yeah, if it came
The
down and
difference
tested
is
the 200 EMA, that's probably exactly where it would land, right in the 95 range.
yes. No, a bit lower, but yeah.
Yeah, hopefully
Yeah.
that would be nice.
Depends when, right?
Yeah,
It's the EMA that's going up with price, so it's not
it
me
really
that's
kind of
changing my mind.
it really kind of depends on today. You know, it's kind of crazy, right? How whenever we get so high up in the bull run, where it looks like we need a retest of the lows, like a serious retest in order for the market to remain healthy, how somewhere, along the line, just magically a breaking news comes out of like a war or like, for example, what's going on right now. And that just happens to be what we need to create the catalyst to reset the market down to the lows so we can create a healthy market again. Isn't that wild how those like timeline of events line up? Like we needed the retest of the lows, so boom, we got a crazy story now in the news. Trump's going to Iran, talking a peace deal, war between Israel and Iran. Like it's crazy. I've just noticed like repeat patterns with news and price action. It's kind of wild, especially this one.
There's always some kind of news. The problem is, since COVID, these news have been
Yo, DJ,
fu-
is that real?
fundamentally worse, right?
B-52 bombers? There's
Yeah, the
B-52
news has been
bombers in the
worse.
Indian Ocean. Guys, check it out. There's B-52 bombers now in the Indian Ocean. You know what those bombers carry, right?
On one of our ships is what you're saying, or
Yep. It's actually now stationed flying range of Iran.
is this like live news you're receiving or something, or where are you
Yeah, yeah,
finding
yeah.
this
DJ,
information?
man. DJ's our Mr. News guy.
Where do you find his news at? In the Discord?
Well, you said
Let me ask
B-52s.
him this.
Those are big
Yeah.
bombers. They can't be ship-based.
Yep.
They're on that island. You have an island in the Indian Ocean. I forgot the name.
I'm asking DJ Source right now because like he's always
Oh,
very nice with his news.
there's an island in the Pacific. It's just a military base, and there's always B-52s stationed there anyway. But I guess they're making it stronger to,
Making it stronger. For what?
yeah, adding more planes and more ammunition, more bombs to kill.
To kill people, yes. Jeez. Oh, Jesus.
But don't worry, we have smart bombs. We
Yeah,
choose the people we kill.
we have subsonic drones. For killing purposes. It's a crazy world we live in nowadays, man. I'll be real with you. We have AI. I genuinely cannot tell the difference sometimes between AI and real life. I'll be watching TikTok videos sometimes at work and I'll see some crazy something. I'll be like, there's no way that's real.
Hopefully it's to show off and it's the art of the deal bluff kind of thingy, but it could be serious too. Right?
Everybody that's long in the weekend is out.
Everyone that's long in the weekend.
Yep.
It depends on your leverage, right? Because if you went like 5x, you're not liquidated yet, right? If you went 10x, you're not liquidated yet either. It's only like 20x's and above that long that 109 that got wrecked. We're down 5% on Bitcoin since 109.
That's insane, honestly.
It seems big and painful and huge, but honestly, I think half of the move is probably in the chart already, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's even fully in.
I
But
think it's
half
going to
is
come
in
down here and
because,
do a nice little double bottom.
likely a half of the down move is in because, if you wanted to put the lower low below 100, then, we did half of the work. And I guess even if you bounce up, that 106 is probably going to be hard to beat. But maybe not, we'll see.
Maybe not.
Yeah, if we reclaim 106, 107, then, everything has changed again.
For me, if we manage to get up to 105, I will seriously contemplate getting out this trade, man.
As a like rescue ship? No.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
one more time.
currently down about $35.
So, what have you just been trying to get in at the bottom to take a long?
No, I'm still holding my long from 104.5. So I'm currently on a loss.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to see if we can get a bounce from here.
Yeah, I got stepped out when we broke 104. Well then, I'll probably try again if we reclaim 104.
If we claim 104, I don't know.
Yeah, just because it was a big volume area, so it's gonna end up being like a local
I think it's going to do exactly what it did
value.
last time. Come down here and really touch that 50 EMA on the daily chart. It's going to actually like be in the 50, and then it will, like 103 low, very low 103, 102, 750 in that range.
You said 50 EMA on the daily?
Yeah, for Bitcoin. That red candle's probably just gonna smack it, just like it did earlier whenever on June 25th. I'm sorry,
If we
June
do that
5th.
again, we're gonna break.
We're below it.
No, not the 50. We're not below it. We're right at it.
The 50 SMA is 104. We're below it right now.
Not on my screen. I guess I don't know what.
BTC USDT daily time frame 50 SMA.
Oh, I'm on. Are
Really?
you on USD or USDT?
USDT.
Yeah, I was on USD. Okay, let me go
Yeah,
back
the
over here.
SMA, we broke the SMA, but the EMA is still below the price, so we have to see what happens in this zone.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
now
right.
that I switched over. Yeah.
No, but roughly we're there. Like, I mean, no, okay,
Yeah,
plus
if you
all the
go, if you still
$500,
break the
we're
SMA,
there.
yeah, if you break the 50 SMA on the daily, that's still something. That's big.
It's the third. It's the third touch though, so you know it's.
Yeah, it's true.
Eventually.
It is the third touch. That's true, actually. Interesting.
I mean, it would be very solid if we could hold it on the third touch too. But
If we hold it on
we're
the third touch, that is extremely bullish.
yes, like
That is like, oh god.
it's as bullish as resisting 3 times at 48K was.
Yeah. Like we're gonna slingshot into unknown territories quickly.
No, wait, not 48. Sorry, never mind. Well, 99.5, right? We towards the end we triple resistance around 99.5. Then that sent us to 74, below the 200. Tariffs achieved 30% down on Bitcoin. You can blame it on tariffs, and people blame it on tariffs, right?
Yeah.
Oil supply disruption would probably achieve like half of that now. The tariffs were a bluff anyway. So we recovered that quickly. Actually, we don't know yet. No, did they come to an agreement with Europe? Like, what's up with tariffs? Maybe that's more important than the war. Right?
Not kept up with that part.
I haven't either, but it seems to
Yeah,
have
it's
cooled off.
important though, because
Yeah,
if if it was to be bad, then that's another a huge catalyst.
but if he fails to dump price, threatening to bomb, maybe he's gonna come up with tariffs again. No.
You know, I think Trump can do anything at this point. The man is literally headed over. After nearly dying on stage, he is now headed to enemy territory that these people do not like him. I'm not sure these people like him. I don't. I don't think though. Or maybe it's just all of a sudden safe because where they eliminated those particular war leaders that were instructing everything. Maybe the general population doesn't mind Trump. It was just the people at the top that didn't like him, which are, I guess, dead now.
You mean people in Iran that got targeted? I don't.
Yeah, in Tehran, the
But the
military
problem
leaders.
with that is that we see in history that it doesn't work like that. They get replaced by worse, or whoever.
That's true.
It
That's true.
just doesn't work like that. If you, it's a bit like that's why they don't. If you assassinated Putin, well, first of all, it's like a terrorist act.
Yeah.
It's just not allowed by laws. You're supposed to kill presidents or stuff like political. It's a political assassination. Right? But imagine you killed Putin, and I'm pretty sure they could do it if they wanted. No, I mean maybe there's some spy there, and maybe they could, but they don't because the alternative, well, is not well defined. Like there's no opposition. I mean, there's nobody is going to replace him, and it's going to just create chaos in the country. But here it's the goal. The goal is to create chaos in the area because it's oil rich, so you want to control. And as long as you keep chaos between Iran, Iraq, Saudi, Kuwait, all of those, Israel, like all of these countries, then you can, keep them divided. Because if these guys united, they'd have too much economic strength. They got like more than half of the worldwide oil, right? So that triangle between Iran, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, it's like the richest oil area in the world. So we'll do whatever we can to keep them fighting. So if you look back 50 years, since 50 years, that's what's happening. You had like that Iran-Iraq war, then yeah. Well, anyway, I guess it's just a theory.
Yeah.
So I guess we should thank Israel for fighting for us over there. Well, I don't know.
Well, it seems to me like Iran just very plainly got caught with, their pants down, and they didn't think, I guess, that anyone would find out they were enriching uranium like that on a multi-level.
Yeah, with their pants down, and there was not much to show.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's just an excuse to bomb the country, like the same
I
way
don't
it
know,
was.
man. No,
The same.
because that's a very
They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were
that's a
doing.
that's a very radical group of people there, bud. And they, if they were to come across those kind of weapons, then they would not hesitate to just go ahead and toss one of those over at Israel, which would launch an all-out war.
Why do you think that it's a 90 million people
Because
country?
there's been a war between those two, but for a long, long time before I was ever born, way before you and I were ever
Yeah,
born.
I mean, there's a war between India and Pakistan. Both of them have nukes, yet they haven't fired any. And Pakistan is pretty radical country too. Like
That's true. That's also true.
I get the idea. It's fundamentalist. These are dangerous people, but you could say the same for Israel's leaders currently. They're like conservative. Uh, they're very right-handed conservative people. Like they are dangerous too. And I don't know. For me, I want to stay neutral in this fight, and I don't think Iran is more dangerous than Israel currently. It's a poor country in the end, right? Like they don't.
Zusi, I have a question for you. I was thinking of something. Do you think that the war that's happening now between Israel and Iran, will it have consequences for the other wars that are going on? Because Israel will be a bit more on a tight leash with the things they're doing in Gaza, and Iran is a main supplier
Well,
of the
now that
Middle
this
East or
happened,
Russia. So
They also control the big corridor for trade. So if there's a war, that corridor will shut down.
We've seen
Yeah,
corridors remain open during wars
Great.
just because it's in everybody's interest to keep them open, right? But yeah, likely they'll try to cause chaos with oil supply.
If it will probably get bombed.
I think part of the answer has already happened, right? Like we've seen America promise less weapons to Ukraine. America asking Europe to produce more weapons for Ukraine, while they actually divert their production to Taiwan and Israel. I think that's what's a bit happening on weapon supply chain. It's like Europe is supposed to produce more for Ukraine because America cannot produce both for Israel and Ukraine and Taiwan. So they're asking us to help with that, and we're doing it. And this was planned a long time ago. Like it happened more than a year ago, where Israel got more weapons than typical, and I guess it's because they need them because they knew they would do this, right?
yeah. I find it also
So
quite striking that a lot of European countries are now supporting Israel. You know, like France, even the UK, Germany. While they
of
were a
course.
bit more are they holding back with the Gaza thing, you know? So now
Politicians, they don't say it out loud, but of course we support Israel.
They're all scared, man. The politicians.
they don't say it out loud. It was in the news. They publicly said we are supporting Israel in their war against Iran. So I think that this conflict between Israel and Iran is actually, to say it, quite bullish for all the other countries.
I don't think Macron said that, but maybe other European leaders.
Some
I
countries,
think
yeah,
I,
now
I
they're
think
starting to say that they're
I think
wrong.
Macron was the first one saying it actually, and I will look it up.
So
2 years too late.
the impact of this new war was anticipated, likely. Now it's about for how long did they plan it? It's gonna, if it lasts long, it could make Taiwan vulnerable. They've been stockpiling weapons for 50 years. They'll be fine too.
It's a nice little bounce looking kind of deal here happening.
Well, we need these bears to put resistances. Because yeah, could just easily pump now. Well, at any time, yeah. Once people are done, once people run out of Bitcoin, it can easily pump back up. Because nobody is expecting to sell at 107, 108. Like there's no limit order in the book there because there's no point in putting one because nobody thinks it can go there. It's like,
right.
The SPY's at a crucial level, 598. If it bounces from here, I have some clear skies for a little bit of relief. $598 is the previous 886 on the SPY.
There's 3 green soldiers right on the 5-minute chart.
let's go. Reclaim 104, reclaim 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, and nothing has changed in the book. Resistance is still 110. We failed to
Looks
touch.
like it's going to come back up and maybe try to retest the 50 EMA on the 5-minute. We'll see what it does here. Yeah, there we go.
I guess
just reclaimed 104.
People, yeah, I triggered my conditional order. People will probably put resistance later when they see that price is starting to go up. Well, it's empty. I mean, we just went down, so
yeah,
it cleared the book. It's normal. But still, if they wanted to achieve something by breaking below 104, they should have put the sell wall there to prevent it from doing what it's doing currently.
Agreed.
Like it's not. There's no SR flip. Yeah, but basically, there's no SR flip in the order book yet. It can appear anytime. But... How about alts? Are they reacting too? ETH didn't give a low low.
No,
It came pretty
alts
close.
are. Stewie's starting to curl back up. Pepe's starting to curl back up. All the ones like I mean, Pepe took a pretty
As soon
big
as
hit.
Bitcoin
Man,
curls back up,
Curling up.
everything else
so he
does.
kicked me out and left me.
Yeah, Sui
Swee's
held
like
that low. It held that low. It didn't break that low. If you had your stop right below that wick, you survived.
actually it did if you look closely, but by
Mine
very
I
didn't.
had
I
it
didn't
to
little.
get
the
stopped out.
previous. I had it to the previous low. And the
No, I had it
previous
to like
low.
that. I had it to the low. Oh, it did. I guess it didn't stop me out. I made my stop a
Yeah,
little bit below the wick, and
on
I survived for now.
I wasn't there when it happened. I couldn't catch it, but it's like those are the amazing trades. If you manage to catch that lower low on high leverage, oh way! Because yeah, it's a double bottom
Boys, look at that.
potentially with a lower low on the right part, so you can draw a bit of an ABC inside the C, and if this reverses upward, ooh, boy, like you're not even TPing before 350. And the
Yeah.
reversal bet will win if we put a new high above 4.2. At that point, you're in an uptrend again.
I wouldn't get too excited yet with how fast that just chopped through the 103.
Yeah,
He
I
kicked
know,
me
I
out for
know.
0.003.
I know, but
You know,
it's such high risk to reward that you're really okay. Like you're really assuming you've lost.
One thing,
Okay,
BTC, the
it's
level
a
I
loss.
had was 103.1, and it almost front ran it. And the SPY looks like it's front running its 598 also. It's starting to pop.
Chili's, for example, didn't give you the lower low, so it's
Big
an
buy.
annoying coin. But Sweet did, but very different time frames and very different structure. And there's much less potential in Sweet, technically at
Let's
least.
hope there's a little pullback for a quick jump.
Cardano also made a low low.
I think it's gonna come up here and test this 50 EMA on the 5-minute chart for Bitcoin, and it's gonna just maybe have another downturn there.
Yeah, yeah, just like fake everybody out on the 50. I'm also
Exactly,
feeling
yeah.
the same thing. I'm watching it
It's
right now.
just a total
Oh,
fake
we
out.
got POW. We got POW too. I feel like this was a shakeout, and then POW was gonna be the final like decider on the direction tomorrow.
Is it
that not
tomorrow or
tomorrow?
Thursday?
No, it's tomorrow. I feel like
It's
I
tomorrow.
mean, hopefully these lows hold until POW. That's what I'm betting on. It holds till POW, and if POW is either hawkish or bearish or dovish or whatever, like that's the direction it goes.
Honestly, going into a Fed meeting while being downward before the meeting, it's kind of a good sign, honestly, because it can reverse upward, right?
Yeah.
The problem is we're
Yeah.
not going downward on the stocks, like not really. We're going sideways still, no, up there, even upward. Sorry, we're still going up on the stock market. So I'm afraid he could reverse the stock market downward. Yeah. We're still up there, yeah.
I mean, the SPY bounced that crucial 598. Like if it would have lost 598, most likely it was gonna go fill all those gaps below, like at 580, maybe even 560.
Oh, it will. The question is when.
And if that would have happened, then yeah, Bitcoin would have definitely tested 100, and it still might have actually. Still have a lot of time. It's only 130 US.
It's time for crypto to detach from the stock market anyway. But I guess we can't.
Yeah, but preferably then not in this way. I mean, now I wouldn't mind if crypto would be a bit more attached to the stocks.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
Well, you know,
Only when
technically,
it's bullish.
Bitcoin is almost identical to the SPY. If you take a fib from all-time high of the SPY and that tariff low that we just made, and the same thing, Bitcoin all-time high previous, they're both bouncing off of their 886. Well, they front ran their 886, both of them. By a little
you
bit.
mean the all-time high in February?
Yeah. Yep.
But we went higher.
Fake out. what that was.
But sometimes the big moves start slow.
Oh yeah, definitely. True. I think that this is really something that we've all been waiting on, and we know that everyone in the market knows that this pig of a coin needs a little touch of reality. So I, in
Could
my
we?
opinion, hope today is the day. To be honest, I wish it would just
Oh,
one candle just drop all the way to 90.
it could. The context is there, right? You
The
got
bottom just
beginning,
absolutely fall out of it. You know what I mean? Just three
and
big
it's.
red candles on the daily. Oh god, that'd be beautiful.
But think about that. If that does happen, sentiment would go to shit, and as well, it would take a lot longer to recover from that, in my opinion.
I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I mean, yeah, it would definitely make it take longer if it would happen that fast. It would take a long time to recover from it. But
We
at
don't
the end of
have
the
that
day,
much time anymore. It's like we got like 100, 200 more days. Not even like 100, 150 more days till supposedly the end of the bull run.
you seen that video too? I was watching that earlier.
What video?
It was a guy talking about the bull run. I'd have to go back at my YouTube history, and he was like, "Yeah, we have like, it was he said it in weeks. I can't. It was like 3 weeks, three weeks to a couple more than that." I'd have to go back
I'm
at my
not sure what video you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not either. It's back in my history. I'll go back here and look real quick. It's crypto banter, the final flush, urgent. They're planning
Yeah.
another crypto flush. I'm taking this trade now.
Yeah,
And
I
then there
did
was
not
another
watch
one.
that.
Yeah, that guy. I watch him a lot. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I
which
don't
one?
really.
Kyle or which one of the boys?
But why would you
Yeah.
plan a crypto flush without higher imbalance on the bullish side? What's his argument to say that?
I don't know. You'd have to watch him.
Clicks.
It's
He
his
just
name's
wants to get clicks.
his
Nah,
name's
he might
Crypto Banter. Yeah, probably that.
might
Oh,
influence me. Bad idea.
The last couple of videos they've been putting out, they've just been trying to clickbait and stuff, in my opinion.
No, they're finding buy points. Everybody's buying, like a lot of spot calls at the moment.
yeah.
Because this is the time to buy spot. Like this dip right here, how far it goes. You have to
According
you
to
have
the
to start
news, it
thinking.
looks like Trump wants to join the war.
Let's go, Trumpy.
I was hoping
You
he
guys
can.
are happy about that? Oh boy.
No.
He
I
said
didn't
it's
want to.
only if they target Americans that that will come in. But if Americans aren't targeted, America is gonna stand down.
That's good for the dollar. Yeah. Yeah, because we
Well, if
want to
we
go over
got
there.
nuclear, we all done skis, man. That's for
Well,
sure.
I know what he's doing.
You know
He's
they
going
had a
over there and
nuclear
saying, "Hey,
deal,
listen,
but
we're
it
going to
was
use you guys for your oil for the next 5 years, okay? And then you're going to shut up, and everything's going to be gravy between me, you, and China, and everybody and their mother. And we're not going to bother you guys. But you're going to have to sign this deal where you don't make any more enriched uranium." Capiche?
it doesn't make a sense. They already had a deal which Trump scrapped back in 2016.
Yeah, but they just totally disobeyed that deal. But he's willing to give him another chance. That's the whole point of him going over there.
Right.
I think it's
Am
also
I the
to
only
curb
one who
BRICS,
thinks that these
because
countries
BRICS
already
is
have
also
nukes, both of them?
Definitely. Definitely.
We're in 2025. We made nukes in 1945. Isn't that hard?
Yeah, but remember, it's all about power, oil, BRICS. They try to curb BRICS, trade routes, rate cuts. It's all connected.
That's true.
Yup.
China won't get its money back if it fights an open war with America. No, I don't think it's in their interest. They want peace, dude. They really, I think yeah. They probably don't want escalation. We like escalation though, especially Israel.
Makes us money, boosts our economy, makes the dollar strong again. Which I don't think that's not good for Bitcoin, right? When the dollar's
It's not good for
broke.
Bitcoin. Dollar goes up,
Actually, it
Bitcoin
is
goes.
because actually it is because most of the money in crypto is American money. So if the dollar goes up, your buying power goes up, so you can pump Bitcoin more up. Because you know, if you look at the correlation right now, it's not inversely correlated on some time frames. Well, I guess it depends on the time frame, but even on the weekly, we went up. Um, oh well, never mind. I'll post. Where's my CC indicator? But I think it lost a bit that inverse correlation. You know, since January, Dixie dumped a lot. Bitcoin, all it did is a double top up there. It's like,
Really?
So if Trump says we're going to get involved, how would that? I wonder how crypto would react to that.
I mean, it's already reacting on the rumors that he is.
But
easy
remember,
to
guys,
buy.
we're still in that 3-day retracement, so it's not. I don't. It's still technical. It's not nothing to worry about, in my opinion.
Mm.
Definitely agree with you.
Yeah, but not this
Yeah,
one because it's
that's
oil.
one of the
It's all
speculations. Yeah.
no, not this one. It's all related. Inflation is in the equation, and I agree that, you know, for the weekly move, of course, your strategy is more important than this news, but you can't completely ignore the long-term effect it can have. And we'll see if it's long-term or not. We don't know, right? Like maybe there's gonna be a piece in
I
a
think what he's
few
saying,
days.
Zusi, is that like when Bitcoin tries to chase for all-time highs, it has to do a depegging. You know, it starts to stop its relationship with the stock market. That's when you
Bitcoin
know
can
you start.
Bitcoin can
We
do
do
still
start
do
recovery.
its cycle on its own without the stock market and all, but still it will have like well, maybe less bearish well, maybe a more bearish bullish target. Like instead of TPing 200k, you might want to TP a bit earlier, just because oil is at like 150 and everybody's expecting a recession. You know?
Past 24 hours,
What
150,000 traders were liquidated. Wow.
Actually, if everybody's expecting a recession, I buy. Never mind, but
what do you guys think on this? Do you think this war deal is gonna have an effect on the diminishing returns of how high we go?
That's a good question. The range now definitely. Yeah, that's a good question because now instead of having a tight range where we're looking at a 150 to 200, it can be a wider range now because now you have you know when you have uncontrollable variables like before we were just looking at like quantitative easing, you know, just like more economic variables. Now we're looking at like global variables. So it kind of widens the range of like, okay, how is money going to flow? Because at the end of the
Right.
day, I mean, the millionaires, they're still gonna invest their money, right? They're not gonna keep it in cash. Nobody does that. So at the end of the day, it's how these guys, the big guys, institutions in Wales, what are they gonna do with money when war breaks out? Are they gonna put it back in gold? Because gold wants to break 3,500. You saw what it did a couple of days ago, right? So so
energy
does it want
companies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oil is also something to look at, like energy and like there's just so many variables. You have AI. So right now, adding war to the unknown actually adds more speculation to where crypto can go. It just makes it
Yeah,
wider.
you got good points there. That's very true.
Because like no one's gonna stop spending money. Like no matter what happens, like if you look at if you there's a chart, I'm gonna put it on TA. I actually have it in one of my folders. Is that the biggest bounces in the history of stocks and is right after war is declared. So what happens is like for example the Gulf War during the 90s, both Gulf Wars, um, when they announced the start of day one of the war, all assets go take a dip, right? The following days and weeks right after that, everything shoots up to higher highs, everything.
Actually, they put lower highs, then they retest, put a lower low, and then they reverse up, and it takes like 6 months. But
Yeah, with stocks, we're talking about stocks, right? 6 months is still
but in
a
case
good
there's
time.
something bullish behind that war, where in the case of Iraq, it was access to oil, right? It was about maintaining oil prices low.
That's privy information. That's information for like we know since we're traders, right? So like,
Well,
but in the
like
macro, war actually brings in a bullish market.
here, bombing Iran. I mean, unless we invaded with troops on the ground and we take control, and then we have access to their oil.
I don't
But
think Trump wants to do that. The last
yeah,
thing he
that's
wants to do is spend $1
probably
trillion on Iran. You know what I mean? You're
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
need a
yeah.
lot of money to do that.
That's probably not going to happen, and Israel can't do it on its own. It would need to create a civil war in Iran. Like there's just not enough soldiers.
I think Afghanistan was the great American lesson. After that, it's like, okay, Ukraine, you need missiles. Oh, here's missiles, but you guys got to launch it yourself. You know what I mean? Like what happened in Syria. So it's not gonna be Afghanistan all over again. I think I'm not sure how the
Yeah,
sentiment of
so we
America.
won't have control. Like
They've
even if the war
learned their
is
lesson.
won,
I don't know. They'll never learn.
that oil will still go to Asia, right? Even if Israel wins this, whatever they want to do over there.
What? Was there some news that happened? I just woke up.
Trump, war. Not, we're not going to war. Just those related topics. War between Israel and Iran. Trump going to Iran. Nobody knows.
Yeah, we're not
Everything's
going
up
to
in the
war, but
air.
we are pushing them.
Trump wants to
Everything.
go to Iran. What? Oh, you
Yeah.
mean invade? No,
Oh,
physically.
anyway.
He wants to go
No.
visit Iran's.
Yeah, he wants to go to visit Iran and talk
Oh
to
wow,
the leader.
that would be
Oh,
a spectacle if he
yeah, that
Yeah,
would
lands
be.
Iran
we were
and then
talking
goes to
about that
Iran with
earlier. You didn't
Germany.
catch that? Yeah, no, I don't
Does he
know
want to
about Ryan.
die?
Maybe he might be. Yeah, that's what I was.
There's gonna
Bro,
be
I'm telling you, the
there's
man is absolutely fearless. He
yeah,
has,
there's gonna
dude.
be
His
a
huevos are huge.
I don't know.
yeah.
Literally, recently they've been reporting that Iran's leader wants to kill him or is trying to assassinate him.
That's
So
what
why would he go to Iran?
exactly. He's fearless. He doesn't give it. He does
Trump
not
doesn't
give
care.
a
He
f.
wants to sit down and tell him, "Oh,
This.
here's a picture of your house."
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna do that. He will do that. As soon as he'll meet him, he'll
Yeah, they
explain
must. Like
everything. I know where you're
America has
coming
that
from. It
technology,
took
man.
you this amount of time to get here. I know which car you drove through. I know. Just back off. By the way, there's a press briefing about the whole situation about 2 o'clock, as per New York time, Washington D.C. So there must be something
Honestly,
big
I took
coming
that.
up.
Sorry.
Yeah, please go on.
Oh, when you said it earlier, I took it for fake news. Like for me, it's
No,
not even
no.
imaginable that would happen. But I guess maybe it can. Yeah. The fact that Trump wants to go visit Iran and make a deal directly there himself. it's not only Trump.
Yeah, I get that as well.
It's Macron. It's a lot of people. The
I
problem,
agree.
it's hard.
Completely agree.
Wait, can I? But bro, if
The
Trump
problem is it's hard to believe that
didn't
because
want this,
America is,
yeah, no, if
historically
Trump
ally
didn't
of
want this,
Israel. So
yeah, like he has enough influence and power to stop it.
He
Like
does
that's
not.
like
He does not have the power. He does not have the power. I don't know if you realize, but the deep state stops him from doing a lot of stuff. Big time. Exactly.
you think Israel
He's
holds more
given hints.
power than the United States in terms of like making decisions?
Yes, 100%. They control America.
In what way, shape, or form does Israel control America? China provides our trade, and we grow our own mostly everything else. I mean,
it's the
But decision
diaspora, right?
making inside the Senate, things like that, influence.
you mean like in terms of war, or what? In what terms?
Get it together,
You know, we killed them all in Europe, like 80 years ago. Never mind. Let's change subject.
I'm just curious. Was like what he meant, like, and in what aspect did like
Well,
how do you feel that? Well, I guess let me rephrase the question then. I guess like so what do you feel like Israel provides to America that is so valuable for us that we rely on it so heavily? Like, oh, definitely. Yeah, if we were to go start shit with Israel, yeah. Yeah.
But doesn't Trump strike you as the individual that really wouldn't take that into account? Like especially internal conflict. Like he strikes me as the guy that says I don't give a yeah, no, for sure. No, but you said like internal, like you said like the fear of internal conflict because you don't want to defy Israel. Do you think Trump
I'm
himself
going through
is the
right
type
now.
of guy
I
that
keep
would
these
like?
specific yelling. Sorry. Yeah. You're all good.
No, I was just wondering. Trump just doesn't strike me as the guy that would really care about internal conflict. Like, any maybe some other presidents would tiptoe around like Israel, but like, but like, do you think like he would care enough to like if he says Israel don't do this and they do it, that he would just take it on the chin and be like, oh, okay, I don't want to
But
ruffle any feathers.
If you watch the interview with Netanyahu, I watched his interview with, I think it was ABC, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that, but there's an interview with him where he was speaking with a reporter, and he said that he didn't really want to speak on any of his conversations that he has personally with Trump, but to remind everyone that him and Trump are extremely close friends.
But the friendship is but, but the friendship is 100+ years old. That's normal, right? Like, it's nothing new. It was the same with Obama. It was the same with
Well, I guess
Bush,
I just don't
Clinton.
see Trump being the type of guy to be like, "Hey, don't do something, don't do that again," or you know what I mean? To be like extremely stern with somebody like Israel, because at the end of the day, I think Trump understands like those Iran does not like Israel, and
But
Israel needs to do what it needs to do to protect itself. So
you cannot forget that like what is it? Most of the American banks are Jewish in origin. That is what the whole lobby is about. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs are in origin or Jewish.
Would it be true though that the cause of this conflict is what's been happening in Gaza in the last 50 years also? Isn't that angered Iranians against Israelis, like, or the opposite? And you know, in this case, we're talking about a preemptive war, like they attacked preemptively, saying they're gonna have nukes soon, they're gonna destroy us, but we don't know what would have happened without this attack, right? It's like it's a bit like, oh, like you can't be more evil than the guy you say I need to kill because he's evil. Like it doesn't. It's wrong. It's just plain out wrong. But I guess they feel like they have no choice but to attack. Well, it's what that's that's internal politics. In practice, Trump will back whatever Netanyahu does. No. You ever heard of America not backing Israel? You guys created the country.
that's a crazy analogy. Israel's our baby.
How's crypto over there? Is it a thing in Tel Aviv? It's not like Dubai, right? Like, it's not as crypto friendly, is it?
It after really.
Well, I guess they invented the banking system, so I think they might not be very happy with it.
If you want to go in a rabbit hole, read up on the BIS.
What's that?
BIS.
BIS.
Oh, it's where all the central banks stem from. The Bank for International Settlements. Do you know that it has yeah, that do you know that it's actually the bank for central banks? It was created during World War One, and it's what no, it's in Switzerland.
Oh,
That's
created
rabbit.
by the Rothschild, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Do you know that it has its own jurisdiction? That it's like its own country. It has its own laws. It doesn't abide by any law in any country. So if like the US wants to hide $1 trillion, you can put it in the BIS and no one can question. No court in the world can question the BIS.
Hey guys, real quick. Hey guys, real quick, can somebody shift the screen on the chat?
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually one of the.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. The screen on
Yeah,
YouTube
nobody can.
shifted.
Nobody can do that. Only Dbloc.
Yo, what if we get like an evening? You know how you get those evening presidential addresses like on TV?
Uh-huh.
I bet you we get one
You
of
know
those
what's
tonight,
you know what's our
like at
next
8
problem?
p.m. Like around
I
like
just
8
realized
p.m.
it.
Markets will close, and Trump will address the nation, like that from the White House.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. Depends on how he says
I
it.
guarantee you he does it, dude. Guarantee.
But here's our next problem. You guys looking at dominance? That is not good news.
I know, but I mean, we don't even need to look at dominance where you have 10% dips across a lot of alts now.
Oh,
So a
In
lot of
24
alts are
hours,
making
well,
lows.
I was hoping for dominance to at least go down a little more. Like
well,
Bitcoin going down, people buying alts, and then like, but us being at 64, and then we're about to hit the 50-day, and then if Bitcoin bounces from there, that means dominance might go up again.
I mean, honestly, like this is the time dominance makes sense to me. All the other times it doesn't, but usually, like dominance to me is like you want to go to Bitcoin as, in terms of like a safe haven, right? Like you're like, oh my god, wars. But every other time, dominance being that high has made zero sense to me, man. Like right now, it makes sense. People are kind of scared. There's fear. They want to go into something safe, and they don't feel safe in like Pepe. They rather just be in something that's Bitcoin, like something that's solid, or they're going stable. But every other time dominance has been high, man. It seems it's just been manipulated.
You know what's crazy? This candle that just closed now is the 13th candle that have closed bearish
Well,
on
if you
the
look at
hourly chart.
sorry, go ahead.
So what I mean is like the price of Bitcoin have been bearish for the past 13 hours. Isn't that crazy? No pumps, nothing.
If you look at CoinGlass as well, the liquidation data, the long versus the short is still severely bullish. So,
you mean there are more shorts than longs, right?
No, there's more long.
no, there's way more longs than there are shorts.
Like
It's
61%,
on the 12.
62%.
Yeah.
What time frame?
Right now, 5 minute. Wait, let
On
me put
the
it on the 1
12
hour.
hour, on the 1 hour, 6.3 million long versus 6.9 million short, but on the
Okay.
12 hour, it's 231 million long versus 19 million short.
Basically, in percentages, it's 55% longs. Like
Right
people are
now on
still.
the 1
All right,
hour
so
though.
that
That's why
means
it's
On the
shorts
1
shorts are closing basically.
yeah, starting to.
Oh, but that should give us a pump to 105.5 now if this shorts TP.
Yeah, we'll see. We can make more projections when we get to the 50 EMA.
We need to see a change in structure here, a big one, a decent one.
Yep.
And then
Change of
wait for
structure, change of character, everything.
yeah,
Reversal of trend. We need bullish
big bullish
reversal.
green candles. Yep.
We can't just go like safe side upwards, like just cute movements upwards. We gotta be aggressive just to show that the money that went out wants to come back in. We have to like remember that V-shaped recovery we did from 100K? We need to look like that.
Yeah,
So
we
much
just
money off
grabbed
that.
100 million worth of liquidity on the
I saw
weekly.
those bullish engulfing green candles at the bottom. They swallowed up the big red candles at the bottom, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this thing's coming right back." And I got in like probably 3/4 at the bottom and rode it all the way back to the top. I made so much on that trade.
Right?
I wish we could
Cool.
get another trade like that.
I kind of closed my long early, then I came back in halfway. It was like, oh my god, why did I do that? I went like 100, like 101 to 105. Remember when we were at 105, it looked shaky, and then it wanted to keep going. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe it closed it. I came back in.
Yeah.
One of the dudes was right. Like we can't mess around anymore, man. We're running out of time. It's go time. Because once we hit
Yeah.
July and August and everybody's on vacation, I mean, like, no one's gonna make massive financial decisions while they're on vacation, man.
Nah, definitely not.
Which could enable it to pump, no?
Oh no, we're definitely gonna get another pump because like we got ETFs that want to launch in October, September, October. So the fourth quarter is always bullish. So like we might as well. It's gonna be like a repeat of 2021. Remember, we went up to all time high around May, June, and then this mini correction to the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, we rallied up again to another high.
There was a 50% drop in between, though.
Mm-hmm. A lot of things can happen. You're right.
50% would be like
but the
pretty harsh. You're
50% drop.
talking like 55K Bitcoin.
But you see, like we didn't have ETFs before. Like now you have the ETFs. You have stability. Yeah, like stable amount of
Well,
money coming.
I don't think that changes
Buying the
anything.
dips. Yeah.
I don't think ETFs change anything, honestly.
Yeah, we can't say it didn't change. It changed I mean, it changed like it changed so much of how the cycle has moved.
It's
We have to
5% of the volume.
I'm really liking this structure here, you guys, that this is starting to build at the bottom here. And these big bullishly green candles, if you're watching on the 1 minutes here, these are pretty nice. This is good price action.
Yeah, but keep in
my
mind there's
opinion
a
is
press briefing coming in 10 minutes.
I need more people to
And
start looking up different pieces of information about Bitcoin, and let's make a decision here. Let's unanimous.
That's why we're all here in VC right now. We gotta
Because
like
this is
all
a
lay on
very, yeah, this is a low, like, damn. So this could be a giga long.
No, but of course, ETFs changed stuff. They brought in new players and all. But these people are gonna act like any other people, no? Maybe they're worse traders even because they're less used. I mean, maybe they're less used to crypto, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of things to think about. Because like I like the fact that we all have thoughts on how it's gonna go. You know why? Because we don't know. Like there's so many unknowns at the moment, variables. Like we have targets, yeah, for sure. But like with the ETFs in play, with the war and all this, like it's a very nice. It's a very. I think after this cycle, we're gonna get like, we're gonna get our stars. We're gonna get like, we're gonna learn a lot of new lessons. Having
Yeah, and
tried
people who
500.
buy ETF, for them the question is, should I buy Bitcoin or should I buy SPY?
Yeah, that's what I was telling the other guy a while ago. Like at the end of the day, no matter what happens, what war comes in or whatever, people will still spend their money. People have to invest their money. Nobody wants to be like stuck in cash. Currently, if you're a millionaire, a billionaire, this the worst thing you could do is be in cash and currency, especially like when it's like kind of shaky times. So it's all about choosing the right risk assets. And to be honest, like financial advisors, like my friend, he works for the World Bank.
Bitcoin.
The advice
Pump.
to them is still like, if you're gonna go into crypto, use only 5% of your entire portfolio, risk asset portfolio. It's still not the main marketed risk asset to be pushed. So in terms of risk asset, I mean, like gold is your best indicator of what's happening in terms of money coming into risk assets. that's a good question. Other question would be is like, is it in a server or is it just part of? Hmm. Wait, I think Drew can answer that question because like we need to know like what do like when yeah, yeah. Because like if we have mining equipment, does the mining equipment are is the mining equipment part of like the server structure that holds up the blockchain? You know what I mean? Because for Solana and Sui,
It,
I mean, the private, yeah, the private layer ones like Solana, Sui, ETH, they run their servers, right? That's what runs their ecosystems.
well, whatever is centralized is more vulnerable in case that central server gets attacked.
Hmm. So when Bitcoin first launched, what did it launch on? Did it launch on a server or was it launched on what?
Well,
In the
computer?
internet? Yeah, yeah, that's why it was a good. That's why it's a good question. Is it when so Bitcoin launched, people accessed it from where? Like, it was it stored in a server? Was it? How did it work?
Just a computer with internet access.
It was inside the internet.
Yeah.
Mm. No, like what holds it? Like what controls that ecosystem when it first came out? That's a
It's it's the sum of the computers participating while running that program.
so the sum of the computers participating, like figuring out the algorithms and the mathematical equations, hold. They're sort of like sharing the server space, each of them. That's what you're saying,
Yeah,
ZC?
yeah, they
Okay.
share the blockchain between themselves. Yeah. They all
Got it.
have a copy.
I mean, the blockchain dependency on server cryptocurrency, like all the currencies, uh, others really heavily rely on decentralized networks of nodes, servers, I mean, to validate and record transaction. If in case the nuclear war were to destroy the internet infrastructure and the server that support blockchain networks, these network could become non-functional or unusable without these nodes. So transaction wouldn't be processed, or and the blockchain ledger could not no longer be updated or verified. So the cryptocurrency rely on the global network of miners to prove a work system like Bitcoin or Ethereum or validate. Mining operation are power hungry or depends on stable electricity grids.
You know, you can download the blockchain if you want. It's like big, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, if that in that case, if that happens, it will only goes out of usage for some while. It's not going to go anywhere.
It's five. I checked. It's roughly 5 terabytes. So if you have 5 terabyte hard drive, you can download the whole history of every transaction that happened on Bitcoin since it exists.
Yeah,
5,400 gigabytes. So roughly
yeah,
5 terabyte.
Oh, it's
exactly.
just in Trump is going to speak right after this. His National Security Council meeting is over. And it says tentative.
Yeah, there's a press briefing just going on, I guess.
Let's go. I want to hear what he has to say. I want to see his walk. You know,
And
every
you know
president has a
what you know what he just tweeted. I posted in the chat. He said, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but it's safe there, and we are not going to take him out, at least for now. But we don't want any missile to shoot at civilian or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing down thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter." That's what the Trump tweeted 1 hour ago. Just posted in the chat.
is it because Dbloc made a good point. You don't want a power vacuum, so you would rather have a dictator you can control. You know what I mean?
Uh,
If you have a power vacuum and you have a new guy who's a radical and he doesn't want to listen to Trump, Trump has to do it all over again. You know, he's really trying to push Kameni's buttons. Let's see if Kameni learns to sit on the table, talk this out. It's interesting times, interesting market. Let's see.
Well, it's sad.
I'll say. Interesting everything, man. God.
Yeah, man. Congrats to those who are printing their shorts.
Yeah. Kudos to you
Let's
guys.
go.
Yeah.
Shut up, you two. You guys are patting yourself in the back. Yeah. I closed my short early. I'm a little pissed.
Yeah, I closed mine as well, and I think
But
everyone
you got
probably
this
should be
big
patient here and
bloodbath.
take your money
I
if you've
closed
been in on the short. Just pay yourself. Be sure to pay yourself. It's important.
Yeah, take the money and run out, mate.
Yeah, because this is a bull. Yeah, you're about
Yeah.
to climb back on the bull here once Trump gets on the microphone. I
Yeah,
promise you.
just be ready. Just be ready. This game is gonna be any time.
I'm playing the 3-day swing with the false move week beginning into the midweek reversal, so we'll see
He's
how it
gonna
goes.
he's gonna come on the microphone and say something like along the lines of, "Yeah, I spoke with Iran and we're good to go." And then Bitcoin's just gonna pump. It's just gonna absolutely surge.
Last time he did that, we rejected at 95 and gave it all back to put a low low. So I guess it could pump to 1055.
Oh wow. DJ's
Don't
got
listen
new
to any.
news.
Don't listen
DJ's
to
got
anything
new
I'm saying.
news. Former
Dude.
Iranian president Ahmadinejad, remember that guy? The
Yeah.
scary
Yeah.
guy? Has reportedly been killed in the street shooting in Tehran, along with his wife and 2 sons.
Now?
Wait,
Right
who
now.
was that?
The former president. Remember that guy that just wears this plain suit? The scary guy
Yeah.
who didn't give a rat's ass about anybody? I thought he was gonna start the war. Yeah, he's been killed. Along with his wife and 2 sons.
Ahmadinejad, I think
Yeah,
his name was.
Ahmadinejad. Yeah.
Yeah, Ahmadinejad, yeah.
Those are bad news for us.
Yeah, he was the
That's
one who just started everything back in the days
Yep.
with the
He's
US.
been shot. He's been shot today.
Shot.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's lots of things going
And
on in
not only
Iran.
shot. He's dead along with his wife and 2 kids.
Yeah, that's
Mossad,
terrible,
man.
man.
When the Mossad gets going, they get going. Like
God,
It's
one
like
thing.
a revenge thingy going on. Huh?
that's absolutely horrible.
That's huge.
I hate hearing
Oh.
when kids die. It's so sad.
Isn't who is it gonna? Well, the point is to anger someone, right? By doing that
Yeah.
assassination.
Yeah, for sure. It's just sad though. It's always
They
sad
want.
whenever you hear a child passed away. They didn't get a chance to like, maybe change something. Who knows?
Yeah, all the way through high school. You know what I'm saying? Losing friends in high school sucks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've lost I think 3
Yeah,
out
bro.
of my classes.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I lost a couple friends. Really good friends.
Yeah, man. Rough times. Almost bringing a tear to my eye just thinking about some of the people I've lost through my life.
Yeah, I kind of got quiet when you mentioned it.
So, anyways, back to the news. Yeah, rockets, explosion.
Wait, is Trump on?
Big
Is Trump
buys.
You know what's
Orange
on?
man speaking. Pump it up.
You know which coin was on Mega Drop Launch Pool on Bybit, like the whole month. They knew,
What?
man. Bomb. It's Bomb USDT. It got launched today. It's down 75%, but it's the name
Sounds
of
like
the
a good
coin.
long.
Yeah,
Like a
I don't know
long,
about that, but
Down
I got
75.
airdropped some for having staked mental, and I didn't pay attention, didn't sell it, and it's down 75% already. That was free money. I mean, I should have. Anyway, Bomb USDT just launched today.
Did you see they banned Pump.fun on X?
The timing is pretty good to launch. Yeah. Is that coincidence? It's been on the launch pool for a month, and it launched today. Whoever launched this coin maybe knew the timing would be good. So wait, if I market sell after 75% drop, how much would that be?
These candles are scary. God.
I ain't touching that chart. I think if I can't trade properly on a 15 and on a 5 and 15, I'm just gonna wait for it to like do the proper go
Yeah,
through the
this.
13 first, go to the 50, at least maintain the 50,
Yeah.
and then I'll think about it. Like this is where most people lose their bags.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, we
You
got the
give all your
D.
profits back trading in markets like this. Unless you just hold the short, from the top, like you just kind of saw the retracement coming and managed to take advantage of your really giga long short, then that's a good trade. But if you're trying to get an entry in on a long here at the bottom, man, it's tough because these bullishly red candles are still all over the minute, the 1 minute and the 3 minute. And it will definitely do a number on you. Mentally as well.
Yep. It did a number on me a while ago. All 4 trades, man, got SL'd out of all of
Yeah.
them. But all of them
Yeah.
were in entry, but like the fees were kind of nippy. So
Yeah.
yep.
It's just a serious reminder of waiting for some. I know it feels like you missed out whenever you wait for the real confirmation, but on God, you really didn't, because dude, even an idiot can trade in a bull market and make money, bro. You could get in on the worst possible. Bro, I'm telling you, like, and that's why it rings so true to just, on God, be as patient as possible and wait for the actual structure change. The pullback to the top side, the retest to the low, and then the pullback to the higher high, and then a lower, and then a higher low. You know what I mean? Once you start seeing that major structure change, you're back in that bull market, especially if it's
Yep.
on the hourly. So.
Sometimes you
And
can't
dude,
stop
Well,
people like wanting to
there
be in
were a
that.
few good levels to attempt anyway on the way down, but
Yeah, like a
they
while ago, Zuski, right? When we saw that
yeah,
104.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a decent, at least like a dead cat bounce, like just fill up a RSI or something. It did not want to do that.
But the idea is to cut the loss quickly when it doesn't reverse a reversal play. Yeah.
Why did you say that like 3 hours ago, Lucy? Thanks. I'll play it. I'll
No,
play
but
it.
it's, I mean, I'm always cut losses quickly.
man, Pepe is just Pepe. Oh God, I can't wait to just go giga freaking long on Pepe. I'm just sitting here with my bag though on this. I closed my short because, man, that retest was looking a little hairy there, and I know how Bitcoin is, so I just went ahead and took my profit. But I made one trade since then, and it was actually a long, because I'm not gonna lie, like, again, we know how Bitcoin is, and it looks like what those 3 green soldiers to me that it was gonna try to make some kind of a break out of here, but it sure as God didn't. It sure didn't. It came straight to the side and then traded in a zone all the way sideways. And now here we are starting to retest the low again. So I got stopped out of that trade. That was a $20 loss. And I'm not trading right now. Period.
Right? Sometimes that's just how we are as traders, man. We gotta
Yeah, you
prove
just
ourselves
can't.
wrong. We just have to prove ourselves wrong.
Yeah. These red candles are very scary to me, and I just don't want to lose my bag, so I set a really tight stop loss.
Welcome to knife catching.
I always hate trying to trade in a bear market. It's just not, it's never fun to me. I always have way more fun trading in the bull market because golly, dude, sometimes the sky's the limit,
So we
literally.
got a new guy on chat. His name is Donald Pump.
Donald Pump. That's great.
Oh man. See what we do here.
Spot by the dip. Yeah, that's honestly smart, high key.
Yep. That's the play right now, man. Just spot.
Yeah. Spot is
Exactly.
definitely a big play here because we just made a massive low, so to safely make money would be to expect
No,
retracement
well,
since we're still technically in a bull market.
it feels less risky because it's spot, but in practice, it's exactly the same problem. Yeah, if you buy too early on leverage or you buy too early on spot and it continues to dip, well, you gotta take your loss whether it's on spot or not, because the idea was wrong. I guess your stop loss is gonna be potentially a bit bigger on spot. Like, yeah, you could put it even all the way down at 90K, right? Like that's just 10% loss, right? But it would be a bit of not a good trade with a huge stop loss. But I mean, maybe the type of setups you play are different on spot. Like you can have bigger stop losses because there's less leverage involved. Well, there's no leverage involved, but the trading strategy should be exactly the same. I think whether you're on leverage or not, like it's not supposed to be different, right? Because yeah, I think it's the same. But we don't treat it the same, but it's the same in theory. The fees are higher on spot though. So yeah, maybe you're gonna use bigger stop losses just because the fees are higher. Yep.
One more candle. We fill up the RSI in the 5, and we're gonna look to go down. Let's see.
I'm still looking at that daily, man, and on Bitcoin, and it's just like, dude,
That's what everyone's
I mean,
looking at right now.
it just triple touched the 50. Like I can't imagine how it could potentially even think about going down after something bullish like that. Like all we need
Well,
is that small little green wick to the net next to this red candle here at that 50 line, and bruh.
you know what happens when you lose the 50? You test the 200.
Exactly.
And that's at 95 now, right?
So yeah, we're like within spitting distance, honestly. We need to see the low 103, or we need to zoom through the 103 is what we need to do to the downside. And then if we do that, then we're at the 50. And then once it breaks that 102 into the low mid 102s, that's that's danger.
I'm back up to 105 something. Find resistance there. Come back again down. Put a lower low again. Maybe in between 100 and 103. Well, between 100 and 100 to 500, yeah. Between those would be very confusing.
In trades, yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but it touched the 53 times on the daily for USDT BTC.
Over and
So
over again.
yeah, and here we are with this massive red candle on the daily to the touching the 50 again. So that's
But we'll see where the daily closes, right? Like if you close above the 50
yeah,
again, I guess it's a
exactly.
bullish reaction, and if not, well, it's not.
Yep.
We
What he
played with
said.
it.
You gotta wait for confirmation.
Well, this would be a bit like if we are like today would be 26th of December, 2024. You
know
touched
that
a
this
few times the 50, but this time you're gonna close a few candles below to just come back above, but still fail and put a low, and then go put new all-time highs.
Here's a little off-topic thing. Like giant king crabs threaten Europe's Arctic waters. Bro, if we have like that many king crabs here in my country just swimming around, we would eat all of them. Oh, you have that problem? Okay, no problem. We'll just catch all of them. You know how yummy king crabs are? Like just how much meat that thing has?
I'm not a real big fan of seafood, man. Be really
Really?
honest with you.
That's crazy.
I like there's a few
Crab
things I like. I like whitefish, like cod. I mean not cod, but like tilapia, or I
Yeah.
like salmon. That's good too. That's not whitefish, but it has to be cooked. It has to be cooked right. Otherwise, if it's got the fishy taste to salmon, I'm not, there's no way. But dude, I've had salmon that has literally tasted nearly like steak. It's crazy. And then I like shrimp, deep fried shrimp, and that's about it. That's yeah, that's pretty much it. Crab, nah, I'm good. Catfish, no. Shell, like oysters, oh god, no. Those like soupy oh no, I don't even know how people eat stuff like that, man. Good lord.
Oh, so good.
Is it really? I can't, no. Is it really? Yeah, I can't do it, man.
Ocean
There's no way.
boogers.
Yeah, ocean boogers. Yeah, no. There's no way I can do that, man. I can't do that. Nice. What's a land booger? Oh yeah, them are delicious. Put hair on the chest.
Europe's such
Took me
Exactly.
a while to like crawdads. I like crawdads now too.
That's basically a roach, isn't it? It's just the water roach. Or I don't know. I think they're in the roach family.
I bet they are. They got the same
When
amount of
you
legs.
when you think about that, man, for a second, it's like hold on a minute now. Whoa.
I, I was watching the after show from The Walking Dead, Lost City or Last City or whatever the hell it's called, and they were talking about in a scene they had cockroaches on a plate that this guy was supposed to eat, and they made a bunch of fake ones, but they also put real cockroaches on the plate, and he didn't realize that they were real cockroaches, and he was sitting there eating them on screen, and wow. I couldn't imagine. But I guess cockroaches, it just depends on where in the world you are. A lot of people do eat cockroaches.
Oh, that's disgusting. I mean, like grasshoppers, yeah. Crickets, good, because like they're herbivores. Remember, it's when you eat something, the first thing you should think about before eating is like, what is this thing eating?
Yeah, no
And that's
dung
when you know you
for
can eat it. Yeah, yeah. So like crickets and grasshoppers, they're actually pretty good because like you can deep fry them, and you know that it's been eating grass the entire day. That's it.
How bad I just want to gig along Pepe right now. I've never seen it this low.
Oh my
Oh
God, you're
my
looking at the same
god,
charts as I am. I'm looking at
dude.
Pepe right now, just staring at it. And
Oh
Sui,
my god, it's
Sui
just
and
so
Pepe is just
juicy.
like, I'm
Oh, come to me, please. Just pay me thousands.
You know, if you look at any other coin right now, apart from the BTC, You wanna take it.
Oh
Look
man,
at
yep.
Everybody
Oh
wants
yeah.
that,
Sui
but
is
you don't
under $3.
know.
Guys,
I
Sui is
know,
under
bro.
$3.
I know. I
I'm
need
just
more
saying.
money.
But BTC is producing a engulfing candle right now. Let's see.
Is it to the
Yep.
downside or what?
Upside.
Upside.
Okay, let's see. Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Look at that butte. Come on, baby. Pump it up. I need the orange man to get on the microphone. He's just gonna
Don't
say,
sing that song. If you
"Pump
sing
it."
that song, that's hella bearish. All right. Mhm.
Exactly, Dragos. Don't do anything but wait for confirmation. Get your hand off the buy button right now.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been watching these engulfing candles since
Yeah, we've seen plenty
yesterday.
of
Had
these.
enough.
Exactly.
I'm so sick
Yeah.
and tired of engulfing candles right now. I don't care, man. I just wanted to go over to 13, retest, and
Yeah.
actually keep pushing upward. Unless it does that, I'm not getting into anything.
Yeah.
Look at these candles. Like if you look at Dbloc's chart, that's on the 15-minute. Every other candle has been an engulfing candle.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's because of the amount. It's just the amount of people selling versus like the amount of people thinking, oh, this is the point where, everyone's thinking it's still the bull market. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's like, oh, that's a massive downtrend. Oh, we're gonna buy that. Oh no, we're going back down. Oh, we're gonna buy that one. Nope. Yep. Nope.
Yep.
All the way
But
down.
yeah, I'm so with you on Pepe. I'm very,
Oh,
very with
dude,
you.
I just can't
I'm
tell whether I want to
so
go in on leverage with this
I
thing,
just
and
don't want to
I
get
mean,
burnt. I just don't want to get burnt. I just don't want to get burnt right now.
yeah,
Because I want to put a
Pepe.
big bag on Pepe right now.
Oh, dude, Pepe will pay you, brother. If you, oh God, if Bitcoin returns to, it does whatever Bitcoin does. So Bitcoin's gonna
Bitcoin
bounce.
and
Pepe's bouncing.
Ethereum. It's actually an exponential effect.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a wild coin. That's
Look at
why
that.
I want to build a
Whoa.
massive spot bag for Pepe. I really do.
Oh, wait. Let me measure that, baby. That's 17% just to go back to where it came from. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness,
dude.
it's so yummy. That's
Yeah,
so good.
it's below the 1 penny right now. It's not even a penny.
Oh, it's so good. Wait, I'm preparing a bag.
Wait for confirmation, man. Honestly, I really would.
Oh, okay. Here, you want good news or bad news on Pepe?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. Not minding the BTC chart, Pepe on the 1 day, it's turned full bearish, and the nearest, if you want to go fib wise, the fib is it's in the 618 right now, and since it's a meme coin, it wants to go. If it breaks this area, this 9835, this area right here, if it breaks this, it goes to 8076. That's like another
Yeah. That's
8%.
why, honestly, I want to. It's not. Listen, okay. It's not going to return to its all-time highs in one candle or one day.
Oh yeah, for
So
sure.
I think at this point, I'm just gonna go to bed and I'm gonna sleep. And because I work third shift, so I need to go to bed anyways. But I'm gonna wake back up, and I can guarantee this thing is probably just still going to be sideways.
Take it
Guarantees?
easy.
How much you gonna guarantee?
I'm gonna bet it, man. I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna bet my imaginary dollars.
I'll bet you one Doge.
Guarantee is a big word.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna come
Big
back
one,
to it,
dude.
man, and it's just gonna be doing the same thing it is right now, honestly. Maybe not to the downside, but sideways. Hopefully to the downside though. That'd be nice. I'd love a really cheap Pepe.
Is Dbloc
Wake up and
awake?
it's like
I'm gonna just move this screen.
Dbloc. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
so.
Or is it his chart on auto? That's why it kind of fixed itself.
No, I think he fixed it.
Play one game of Rocket League, and then I'm gonna go into bed.
Yeah, pretty much. Also going to wait for Bitcoin to get back over 104,479 ish, maybe 104,500 ish.
Yeah.
And right there, that's where we should get a nice little local pop at least, and get that Bitcoin back above 105, because that's where it just wants to be, 105,200.
Just bear in mind that this is the third time it's touched the 50. Just keep that in the back of your head.
Yeah, that is true.
So
But these
this
bulls
is
have been here before. This ain't their first
100%.
rodeo.
It's just a very pivotal moment for us right now.
Very true indeed.
So put in them extra hours today and pay attention because this move's about to happen.
I mean, I'm already locked and loaded. I'm in position. I'm all in doji, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah, you're a you're the Doge shiller. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Here's
Shilly
the
dilly.
reason why I have a
Chili
Doge
to the
back.
Doge.
He's a
Man,
Doge
I firmly
billionaire.
believe in the Doge.
Drew's the reason why I have a Doge bag. On spot. I can't believe it. I have a Doge bag on spot because of Drew.
Yeah.
But because of you, I'm actually now looking at Pepe. I'm
Yeah, man.
actually
I mean,
of starting a small bag on Pepe, like starting a
its
bag.
market cap is humongo, bro, and it's still dirt cheap. Oh god, like
Yes, sir.
that's dirt. And right now, it's actually less than dirt.
It's all relative, but yeah, I mean, if people have if they got a projection of Doge somewhere close to dollar or close to all-time highs, that's not that bad. Scooping up around 16, 17 cents if you think it's going to go to like 70.
I think there's going to be a big short squeeze on Doge right here coming up very soon.
I think
Gonna
Elon's
squeeze out
about
a
to.
ton of shorts.
Elon's been pumping the brakes for a good reason because they've been working under the hood a little bit. You can hear a lot more about this fractal engine and the operating system. But yeah, I mean, Pepe's going to do good too. So you guys just better hope that Matt Fury doesn't put out a coin. Or if you do,
I heard
throw
your
a short.
discussion.
Put a short in
I
if he
heard
does.
that. I heard that really good discussion yesterday between Pepe and Doge. That was very interesting. But see, I don't really care about narratives right now. All I know is when Bitcoin starts to run, I mean, rising tide raises all ships, right?
Yes,
So,
sir. Yeah, they're all. Pepe's going to do good. Unless
Pepe's gonna
and
do-
Doge could have
is
a
gonna do
scenario.
really good.
Doge isn't foolproof. It does have a nice floor, pretty solid floor, but it's things can happen too to Doge, so it's not like Doge is foolproof. But yeah, that's the one thing I was saying is that if Matt Fury kind of comes out and starts pressing issues that he can't press and he's been very chill about, it can get pretty feisty. Who knows?
But brother, considering our timeline, right? Even if Doge does a 2x, that's really good for anyone. Within the timeline that we have at the moment.
Dude, I'm happy with 30%, 40%, to tell you the truth.
Right? That's what I'm trying to say, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Even if like it doesn't do like what we're hoping for a 5x or like as long as if the coin you're in and spot does a 2x with the time that we have, that's good. That's hella good.
But yeah, Pepe is definitely easier to move. It pumps easier than Doge does, especially because it's market cap and it has a good community, so they're out there on the timeline.
Because the way I see it, like, yeah, you can say, yeah, I got 2x on the price, but what your responsibility is also to accumulate as much of the coin. That's where the exponential is. It's not on like if something goes from $1 to $2, you get basically 2x. But if you actually buy multiples of it at $1 and keep buying and accumulating the number of tokens, so that when you get to $2, the 2x is exponential in terms of the value you're getting at the end of the cycle.
Yep.
Accumulating tokens and holding it is so vital, especially that like we're already looking at higher zones for Bitcoin. So it's not about, oh, from here we're just going to get a 2x in price. No, no, no. How many tokens do you have in your pocket when you get to that 2x? That's why I say like if any of the coins you're holding on spot gets the 2x, that's already good. Because what your responsibility right now is just multiplying the number of tokens you have so that 2x sounds like a 10x in terms of value.
That's where after every day, it's like I'm like, did my coin count go up or stay the same?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, I've been
it's up
hearing you.
there,
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
exactly what I think every day. Every day, that's all I think. Like, how many
and it's
coins?
like there's opportunities lost. Maybe I missed a few scalps, because there's of course dumps. Hindsight's 20/20, and you're like, oh, that dump I could have caught that one and grabbed an extra 20%, 15%. But it's like, man, as long as you're steady and you're sticking to your plan in the long run, you're gonna come out on top.
Yes, sir. So like diminishing returns actually works the other way as well. So like if you have you say you have one Bitcoin, it goes to 150. That means you made $50,000. But if you actually increase it to 1.1, 1.2 Bitcoin and just increase your number of Bitcoin by 20% before you get to 150,000, you're actually making like 20,000, 25,000 more dollars. You get what I mean?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's almost, I don't want to say the word free money, but it's if you do it strategically like that, it ends up, but it's part of sticking to that plan. It's a long-term strategy. It's just something you got to go do over and over again. The way I'm doing it is I'm just shifting in 3 positions: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Doge. So no matter what, I make sure I take note of my last trades and see what amount I had. So like now, if I jump out of Doge, if I can't buy more Ethereum than I could have in my last position, I'm not even looking at Ethereum. If I can't buy more Bitcoin than I could, I'm not looking at Bitcoin. If I can't, feel like I have a good scalp coming, I just sit in Doge until I see an opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
And it's been working. It's been working. So it's actually recent I've tried it, just like shifting through the 3, because before, like, I was just, just kind of scalp it and on one coin for at least, month, 2 months, 3 months. But now I'm just like, all right, let me alternate. Even within a week, I could be in 3 different positions, but all just one position at a time, even though I do 3 positions in a week,
Do we have a valid W on the 5 minute?
It looks pretty good. You got that blow off bottom wick, but to me, it looks like a potential reversal we're having. We just got to get over, like I said, that one little lip, and it's a local reversal at least. So if we get over 104,500 area.
Interesting candle. What we have here. Hmm. Hmm.
Rajesh, local reversal is local and reversal in the smaller time frames, because just if we have this reversal I'm talking about here, it's a small pivot point. If you zoom out, and this is on like a 5, 10, 15-minute chart, if you zoom out on an hourly, 2-hour, 4-hour, you might not have that reversal, in play. And you don't actually, but you do have, and it all starts with local. Any movement has to start with one step, so that local reversal could turn into a bigger reversal. But yeah, right now it's just a smaller time frame reversal.
I want a speculative long on a couple things. Let's see. Especially Pepe.
Yep. Just gotta wait for that moment, man. It's coming. Be patient.
No, I saw Pepe just like kind of consolidate on the 13. It's not moving up on the 15-minute. You're right about Pepe. Pepe looks a little extra
Oh,
bullish.
it's the juice, man. It's just
Yes, sir.
making sure you get in at the very literal bottom, so you don't ever have to worry about it. You can just ride the thing all the way back to the top for the next week. Mm-hmm.
Looks like
That
it.
would be possibly the best trade of my life.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So 15 Bitcoin looks like that, but on 4 hour. Well, the good news. Wait, no, it did. Oh, okay. Guys, the 4 hour closes in an hour. If you look at Bitcoin in the 4 hour on the fibs, it did not break the 104 fib. It's actually moving upward because this might be a stopping volume candle on the 4 hour. Might be speculation. If you look at the 4 hour, it's actually moving up. It hasn't closed yet. And it did produce a higher low based on 102714 as the previous low. And then the 100K. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's a perfect daddy long leg pivot point. High or low, just a little bit higher, not too much. But we didn't make a lower low, so that's bullish. And even on, let's see the 6 hour time frame, what that looks like. 6 hour, it's kind of a tweezer bottom type of scenario would be, but it's also the problem with the 6 hours. You would have a lower low on the body of the candles, but a higher low with a wick. Some people say, hey, don't worry about the bodies if you're looking at lower lows and lower highs. So I would say if we're just looking at the wick on the 6 hour, we're still good, you know?
Yeah. 4 hour, 6 hour looks good. You're right. You're right, Drew. We got 1 hour more in the 4 hour and it's looking good. So, but just keep very careful though. For those on chat, like I know we're
It about one more
speculating.
time, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then
I
it
mean,
falls
like
without you.
it might sound like
Oh,
we're
yeah.
calling something, we're not calling something, we're speculating,
Right.
but we're
Yeah,
we're
if
just
you look at the daily, I mean, this thing could drop straight to 85,500 in a heartbeat, you know? So we got to be careful
yeah,
of that too, of course.
dude. Great call on Pepe. I love you. You'll forever be my friend. I'm up 20%. Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir.
Pepe's up 20, or are you on the leverage trade right now?
I bought a bag on spot, but I'm also on leverage right now.
Uh-huh.
I got in at 987 9883. Right here, 9883. Oh yeah, I think Pepe wants a full recovery. The 50 is so nice. I love it. I love big dips because the distance between EMAs is so big, but we know that EMAs are magnets, right? So it breaks the 13 and then retest and successful retest. That means if it's going to go after the 50, that big distance, you know it's going to take it. Very interesting day. Yo, fart coins fly as well. Okay, things are over their 13. That's good. On the short term. 15-minute Bitcoin on 15-minute is over its 13. Faked a lot of people out. Yeah, where's Zeusy? Zeusy, our 104 was actually a good call.
He's still walking the dog.
Okay. Oh
Kick
man,
back
when
in there.
Zeusy walks the dog, things get. Oh man, I swear. Who invented that tradition? It actually works.
Meow,
He
meow.
walks his dog, the chart starts pumping. Yo, I'm up 40% on Pepe. Pepe's crazy right now.
True story. My friend's husband wrote that song, Who Let the Dogs Out. They live in Panama.
Oh, really?
Huh?
Yo.
Sui and Virtual.
Pay yourself on the Pepe trade, brother.
Yeah, right now a lot of alts are pumping nice.
Yeah. Park just went 4% in a candle. Let's go, baby.
There you go, Doji Doge.
Let's go, Pepe. What's on the news? Yo, DJ, what we got? What we got? What did Trump say? Is Trump done? Is this why we're having this little pumpy pump?
Trump's not going to be done for another 3.5 years.
No, I mean what I mean, like he was on a press con right now.
Some seller
wonder what he said.
exhaustion, a little dead cow bounce, or a little mean reversion to the 50.
At least we got some distance on the 50. It's not too near. So
We're approaching that resistance I was talking about. Hopefully, we get a slight rejection and then maybe tap off it a few times before we break.
Oi, Drew, why don't let's call your
Oh.
Dracula friends?
I only have like one call left today, so I'm going to save it for like later tonight.
I bet. Let's save it. Agreed.
Hey Drew, are you like a recovering what do you call people that gamble?
Gambleaholic?
I guess. The only reason I ask is every time you speak I hear the casino XRP, I don't know what kind of screen you got from YouTube on in the background. It reminds me of what it's like at my house. I got that stream going 24/7 and it's just like constant bells.
Yeah, it's not from YouTube. It's an aggregator. It just shows the tape, and you can hear the tape. But yeah, man, not a gamble.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you got to recognize. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's called aggregator.
Oh yeah, it's an aggregator.
Oh, okay, but it's
so
not
when
like
big buys come in, it kind of alerts Drew.
I guess that
So,
they're
yeah.
running those. There's a couple of YouTube streams that run those on their
Then yeah,
constant
alerts up.
streams of whatever.
Oh, we're at the resistance right now. All it needs is a little push here.
Let's go, Pepe.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like make it sound like you're a degenerate or not. My apologies. It's total.
No, you're good, man.
I hope
No,
it wasn't
but, you
taken
know,
that way.
I
Yeah,
am.
we all have degen. We got
I
degen.
mean, I'm the real degenerate here, but
Just luckily, I'm still a successful one. That's all, you know.
that's all that matters.
Yes, sir.
By the way, I mean, you can just go to AGGR charts and you don't need to use the YouTube stream. It'll be more live too. It'll be a couple seconds quicker.
Yeah.
AGGR.com.
AGGR
Charts. I just Google it. Just AGGR charts, and it's like the first link, and it's automatically set to Bitcoin.
Yeah, the link's aggr.trade/20PQ.
Yeah, because I started off with the YouTube streams too, bro. But this is like way quicker. You react quicker.
Every day I learn something from you guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, bro.
That's why I love this community. There's always something new.
Did you guys go to the gym today?
You guys should check out Coin. You guys should check out Coin Lobster
I
too, man.
stretched massively
Pepe.
today. Like,
Pepe. Look at
yeah,
Pepe.
Pepe, bro. Pepe.
Pepe.
Popping.
Pepe is over there popping right now.
Doge popping too. Bitcoin popping. Everything popping.
Bro,
What's
Pepe
popping?
is legit like moving.
Let's
Fart from
go! Sorry.
We caught it.
Need
We
to break
caught
through
it.
that downtrend.
I mean, I only did call it, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
Now
you
we
guys
got it.
must
We
be.
got it.
You guys
Let's
must
go,
be in
baby.
like some crazy leverage because Pepe's moving like everyone else is moving right now.
No, if you got it at the right price.
I know, right?
I'm glad I heard.
Drew, what we're looking at, because Drew, what we're looking at is how far Pepe went down. It went down really far. So like the recovery is gonna give some really. It's more of the returns. So in terms of returns right now, of course, it's the same as everything else, but If like for just Pepe to go back for just where it came from the other day, oof, it's like 20%. Let's go, baby.
We need this really bad.
But Farcoin, 5%.
Just be careful with that leverage, guys.
Old
Oh
farty
yeah,
McFartister.
yeah, dude. Fart's doing its thing. Oh yeah, chat. Careful with your leverage.
The
It might
fart.
look like something, but risk
I almost,
management.
I almost lost $50 on this dump, man. Glad I held.
Watch. Here we go with another perfect V-shape recovery. Oh, I bet you this is what it's going to be on the hourly chart for Bitcoin. Look
Yeah.
at Bitcoin hourly right now and tell me that doesn't just look like another perfect V-shape recovery well on its way.
Yo,
Big
Solana's up.
buys.
Solana's up 3%. That's crazy.
Like, dear God.
Okay, let's wait. Let's wait for the 50 before we say anything else. 50 is where kings are made.
Yeah. 50 is where the pings are made.
Has anyone been having problems with Coinbase Desktop recently?
Isn't that bullish when it starts to not take your
Yeah.
orders?
Well, it could be bearish, dude. They always like to do it right before parabolic activity. So yeah, they're being glitchy on desktop. Mobile seems to be working fine, but dude, they're slick. They know what they're doing. They might actually be helping me right now.
You always got to know who you're screwing. If you don't know who you're screwing, man, you got a real problem. Especially these days. Sheesh. Come on, Pepe. Pep it up. Get your pep on. PP. Pew 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 pew.
Step it up, brother.
Shoot. There you go, Pepe. Shoot. Shaboinga. Come on, Pepe. Come on. You got another big pump. I know you got it in you, girl. Get it.
Wait, I'm trying to look at how if it makes the 50, how far is the
Take it.
200? Oh wow! Look at that distance. I like it.
But I'm trying to have some together.
Bitcoin, you better not be messing with me.
Holding off down.
Render's looking really nice as well.
What's the news in Render? Render's been quiet for a while.
Nah, no news. Just looks juicy.
Okay. Look at my guns bag. Let's see. Guns.
We got breaking news right now. Like 6 minutes ago. JP Morgan to pilot deposit token JPMD on Base chain. Apparently they have their own coin or something. They're trademarking their own stable coin. JPMD. It's gonna be on Base.
Okay, interesting. Remember to
And
pay yourself on the Pepe trade. Pay yourself on the Pepe trade. Just saying. Definitely don't hold your bag, you know what I'm saying? If you got a substantial profit, take it. I'm halfway out of my trade here. I'm about to just go ahead and probably take it all out, to be honest.
anybody here in the AVAX trenches by any chance? Been heating up.
I'm gonna just go ahead and exit.
I know Dbloc likes guns. That's on gun. That's on AVAX, right?
Yeah, that's more of like the gaming side, but like memes on AVAX right now are popping off. Everyone's talking about like this arena app, like this X kind of social fi app, and
Are you
all
sure?
these
Are you
memes are
sure?
being launched on it.
Are you sure everyone's talking about it?
Nah, not everybody, but a lot of people on YouTube. Sorry, Twitter.
Word.
AVAX season, baby.
So y'all just gonna keep risking it for the biscuit until there's no biscuit, huh?
Dbloc.
What's going on, everybody?
What up, Dbloc?
Going
Chilling,
good.
chilling.
¿Qué
What's
pasa,
up, Dbloc?
calabaza?
How we feeling? Everybody at least hopefully happy they got out of the way for this?
I didn't get out of the way, but whatever. Still chilling.
Chilling like a villain.
Trying to
We're
feel
happy about
bullish.
this V-shaped recovery.
Yeah. Looks like a potential V-shaped recovery on the hourly for sure. Just like it had June 5th and quite a few days before that as well. Many times before that.
It's a little early, but yeah, once we get over this downtrend, we can talk about that.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely early, but looking good though so far.
Feels like it's gonna come down to POW.
Perfect for our midweek reversal.
Sounds
When's
super
Powell?
familiar.
When's Powell spitting his lyrics?
Wednesday.
Tomorrow at 2:30 he talks. 2:00 the statement.
So we don't have to wait till Thursday for midweek reversal, which is good.
Yo, are markets closed on Thursday for Juneteenth?
Yeah,
Someone
Juneteenth.
say that. Oh
It's
man,
a federal holiday.
they're gonna do some manipulation.
They'll probably just go
Well,
dead, to be
games.
honest with you. It'll be
Game
like
well played.
a weekend.
You don't think or do you think they'll try and do a weekend trap from Thursday then?
No, because Friday the market's open.
Oh, true that.
Yeah, so it'll just be like a bit of a hiccup in the middle of the week.
Yo, D-Block, we were talking about this a bit earlier, but I asked the boys, do you think that with all this war stuff that we're gonna get more diminishing returns to the upside on how high we go, and as well to the downside for the bear market?
I wouldn't blame any of that on the war. Just as Bitcoin gets fat, that's going to happen naturally. But no, I wouldn't blame that on the war. People only hold their money during wartime when they can't figure out what's going on, right? Even if you go full-blown war, the fact that there's definition and there's no uncertainty, we are at war. Things get back to normal. It's when, is it war? Is it peace? Is the attack tonight? Is it tomorrow? Did they call off the attack? Is there a ceasefire? Are they having a meeting in Geneva? All that indecision is what causes your volatility. The market just likes to know who the devil is, and then we ride, then we keep riding.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was
Same
just
thing
thinking
happened with the
about that
tariffs,
just
remember? Went crazy with all the rumors, up, down. As soon as the 90-day pause came, move sailing, right?
yeah, very true.
A little bit of clarity Goes a long way.
Yeah, facts. Mark just wants to know, man, where to put the money at. Or when not to put the money down.
I even want to
Yo,
look at the
yo,
alt
Dbloc, what do you
list.
think about? Oh, sorry.
Nah, I'm just glancing at the damage overnight.
How's that low on Bitcoin looking to you? You think it's a potential, it's a good low, or?
Well, let's go back to our macro chart. 5 days and 5 hours for this
Bit
weekly
आपके
candle to
price.
close. It would have to close underneath 104.48. That's 5 days. We don't got to worry about that. Our more immediate concern is the daily. 4 hours, 45 minutes for the daily to close, and we can't close underneath 102.46. So if this is the bottom of it, it's good. And this will be the first, second, third, fourth time that we've come down underneath that highest weekly close and wicked back over. First time we came all the way down to 100K. This time they brought us down to 103.4. At the end of the day, no matter what anybody says, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low.
I've lost an entry on Pepe.
Yo, Dbloc. So the thing with these, since they're stacked so close together, you think we're gonna have a liquidity sweep before we do a big parabolic, or not parabolic, but a big move up?
You mean the liquidations?
Yeah.
We took the majority of them out. I mean, we've got some 50Xs. Even the 75Xs caught a bad one. I mean, the 25Xs are the only ones that are left, the blue ones, right? But look at...
Minute on Bitcoin. We're touching the 200 EMA right now.
You see what we got above? Stacked all the way to 189. But look at what we took out last night, more importantly.
Man. Oh, that's such a good trade. Whew. I'm gonna take profit. Pay myself.
I'm gonna turn the dead bodies on. You see the dead bodies? You see what the damage that we did last night? More importantly, you see how they walked it down? Right? You see how these liquidations stopped right here? Price came down, cleared those liquidations, stopped, gave people time to get back in, stacked them up, ran them again. The entire way down, they stair-stepped those liquidations. A lot of those liquidations didn't exist when it started going down. They built them. That
So
price was
is that,
walked down.
does that prove that market makers are fully in control when they do that?
No. Those are whales trying as hard as they can to push price. Remember, we had no market maker targets down here. There really was nothing left. We had some liquidity, but that's about it. If we flip the chart, right, still trying to build here, so we're not out of hot water yet. But once we get over this downtrend and we eat through these liquidations, it's a wrap for them. Remember, I said 3 days down, 1 day down, 1 day up. Let's hope that we can get our 1 day up here. I just don't expect it to close above our weekly high. And then tomorrow we'll get one more downturn for FOMC, and we should be out of the gutter. My opinion. So far, nothing's broken my thesis. We got what? The 1% underneath 4. I'm just glad that nobody's screaming about a news story right now. Makes me kind of proud.
Pepe just, I mean, Bitcoin just went over the 200 EMA now on the 3-minute. It ain't done that in a long time.
Yeah, I got a headline for you.
I know you
Russian
do.
Foreign Ministry. Russian Foreign Ministry says Israeli attacks on Iran are illegal and create an unacceptable threat to international security. Russia notes clear Iranian statements of adherence.
Yeah, we called that one. Wait for China's declaration. All right, let's build this out. We just got our bullish momentum flip on the 5-minute. 13 EMA crossed. Little higher low fractal is set. We should hit that measured move here shortly. Is for now going down. Bitcoin's going up. That should be good for your alt. It should give you a little breathing room. Local measured move is the psychological low.
Right.
What did you say is going parabolic?
Same Pepe is just blasting off. Like
everything's blasting off.
Yeah, everything.
Alts are gonna get some relief here, guys. I'm telling you. As long as this is pumping in this direction, Dom is coming down. Your alts have some more life in them. I know it got scary there for a quick second, but we should be good here.
It sure did.
Some of these alts got obliterated. Right?
Yep. Said it once, I'm gonna say it again. This is not the time for alts. You're playing with alts right now. It better be under a trader's mentality, where you're taking your profits when you see it. Nothing is gonna sustain their pumps as long as dominance is at these levels.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm definitely only scalping.
Yeah.
Getting $40 profits, $30 profits, stuff like that.
And just build up the dry powder bag.
Yep. I'm building up the spot bags, what I'm doing.
Nice. I was watching an interview with Arthur Hayes yesterday. Old school Bitcoin OG. He's the inventor of perp futures. So any of you guys that are playing with futures, I have him to thank for that. The funniest part of the interview was when the interviewer asked him if he trades perps. Like, nope, spot only.
Really?
I just thought that was funny.
He said that?
Yeah.
What was the guy's name?
Oh, that's crazy.
Arthur
He
Hayes.
actually said that? Arthur Hayes, yeah. Inverter.
In what interview were you looking at?
Let me find it. Hold on. I just watched it last night. It's actually pretty good.
Spot only. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. That tells you something, man. That really made me think. Like, wait, why is the creator not even playing his own thing?
Especially when he knows the absolute safest way to play it with the best rules.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That just made me double think some things.
It was called. Let me see if I can find it. I'll post it.
Did he
Yeah,
say
please
something
do. I
like
would love to watch
why
that
he
thing.
did it?
Dbloc.
Were there questions on like why he did it? Why he?
Yeah. They went through. They talked about a bunch of things.
Mhm.
But they definitely got into that. There it is. To be fair, he's also calling $250,000 Bitcoin by December.
Holy. That is a wild,
Yeah,
wild theory.
Definitely
Yeah, we
is.
used to think 100K was a wild theory.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I mean, by December though, brother.
I
Come
posted it
on.
I posted it in YouTube.
Sheesh.
Yeah, his argument is that the
Definitely.
bonds market is going to collapse and that we're going to have to inject about $9 trillion in liquidity. So he's doing his math, I believe, on total market cap getting up to 10, 12 trillion, something like that. Which is, yeah, that's Moonboy targets, definitely. My opinion. I will be
that's the
out
top
way
of
before that.
the top of our target. 10 trillion was our like pretty high already. Okay.
I mean, yeah, but that I would, we would be out way before that, obviously. But an idiot makes
Way
money
before
in a
that.
bull market, man. So you can just continue to make money off of something like that. It wouldn't just be one or two times I'd be making money on that one.
But also remember, I mean, like 200K is just a 2x from where we are.
Measured
yeah.
move is hit on the 5 minute. What we want to do now is we want to come back and we want to retest this downtrend that we broke. We haven't put any support down there at all. Come back, retest this SR flip, hold, and push away.
Yeah, I just scalped another 70 off of that Pepe. Man, this thing is a juice. It's just a real, oh man, this thing is such a peach. I absolutely love Pepe.
Oh, dude. Yep.
Because when Bitcoin makes like a small move, Pepe just goes boing, and it's like, whoa, and it follows it exactly. It follows Bitcoin exactly.
No, that was a great call. That was a great call.
There was a time when Pepe used to follow.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Right, because I just realized, like, oh my god, it's the only
Pepe is
like,
following
you know,
ETH.
you know how go ahead.
For the most part, that Pepe push is coming from this ETH push. I mean, Bitcoin has to help. But remember, Pepe is a beta play on Ethereum. Right? So Ethereum goes up 2%, Pepe goes up 4%. Ethereum goes up 4%, Pepe goes up 8%.
Yeah. That's why I like trading Pepe, man. The moves are just a little bit bigger.
If Ethereum does what it's supposed to do, then I don't even have to tell you what their beta plays. Pepe, ENS, Aave, nuts.
Yeah, we need to retest these lows. Exactly what you said. Come down, touch this 50.
Yeah, just clear these vectors.
How's your day so far, D?
Good, man. Can't complain. Knocked a couple things off the to-do list.
Oh, so you're off doing some IRL stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, your target 4 was perfect, man.
Hardly no sleep.
You should have been here on chat the entire time. We were here. We got licked, but it just came back to this exact area.
Yeah, we ran out of a page as well.
Down here.
We were laughing the entire time. We
I,
got licked,
I
man.
thought he had a hidden target 5 there.
No,
Yeah,
down.
me too.
Remember,
I was like,
down
what
here
the-
underneath last night is where I put the Down here underneath last
Yeah.
night is where I put the insert news here. That's why when I woke up
Yeah.
today and there was no, I was like, well, at least there's no news. I'm almost proud of the market to not blame that last little bit on some sort of news story.
Yeah. It's kind of smart what the market maker did. It just wanted to clean up all that liquidity just underneath 104, 200. Let's clean it all up and bring it right back up. That's a 618.
Where's our target range for this retest of the lows here?
Between the uptrend at 104 and the support, I mean uptrend at 104.6 to the support at like 104.3, so about a $300 range.
Yeah.
Yeah. 104.3 is the 13 EMA, right?
Yeah, 1350 is right underneath it.
Yeah, see it.
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Let's go.
We're touching VWAP. We're coming down to test 200 EMA. Not VWAP, sorry. We're coming down to test that 200 EMA again. It broke above it on the 5 minute, or I'm sorry, on the 3 minute for Bitcoin.
For Pepe, I took my initials out.
Yeah, I did too. I paid myself hella. I
You're
totally exited the trade.
Oh, okay. I hit
Yeah,
100%, so I took half of it out. Well,
that was
see
a
how
new
see how it retests. I think it can still go up.
that was a new low
Yeah.
for Jet. It might hold.
Yeah, on the 3 minute for Bitcoin, it touched that. It came down and retested that. Excuse me, sorry. The 200 EMA and bounced. Yeah, it just bounced literally right off of it. You can check it on TradingView. The 3 minute for Bitcoin USDT, 200 EMA. It's a nice little trade right there.
Mm-hmm.
Pepe looking to do potentially the same, hopefully.
Let's wait for it. Let's wait for it.
Yeah, I'm waiting, definitely.
Because if we want a real recovery, we need a healthy chart.
Yeah. I would like it for what Dbloc said to come back down, test the 50 EMA.
We can't just be all vectors going up.
But Bitcoin just don't give a F sometimes, you know?
That's true. That is true.
It just goes.
Well, this 50 EMA will kind of tell us the 50 EMA on the 15 will kind of tell us a lot more.
Yeah.
In a bit.
Yeah.
Let's see.
For sure.
Well, that was a good trade. The Pepper trade was good. At least it kind of made up for all those stop losses I had a while ago.
Yeah, man, that's huge. Now you have the chance to keep learning without costing yourself. You just made up all your negatives there from you just covered a lot of bad entries basically.
No, yeah, I didn't lose any money since my SLs were at entry, but the fees were kind of
The fees. Oh god, I hate fees. What are you on, BitUnix?
I don't know. I'm on MEXC. When I do my
Oh.
futures are in MEXC. My mega longs are on Binance. So the mega longs from 76K.
Yeah.
On the big alts are in Binance. And then yeah. And then spot still on Binance.
Okay.
I just checked on my Bitcoin. I just checked on my Bitcoin mega long on Binance. I already have realized I have from the fees that I've been paying, I've paid above $1,500 worth of fees.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
And like how long of a time period or how many trades?
A month and a half.
On
Is that-
Maxi or what platform?
Binance. But I'm on VIP, so like my fees are a little lower, just a little lower. Because you have to pay your interest rates, right? Your interest fees.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm back, y'all.
Yeah, but the gains are substantial enough that it just it doesn't matter. The 1,500 doesn't matter. But the leverage is low. Oh. Nah. Yeah. Hey, Dbloc, thanks for really reminding us every day to this is the area, this is the time to start filling up our spot bags. Yeah, I've been more focused on my spots lately.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it, man. Everybody's out there freaking everybody out.
Yeah. I'm happy with the DCAs I've done. Spot. At least like I know that the distance and the amount of tokens I bought at these prices are gonna be okay. No matter if the price goes down.
And especially on some of these hard cap alts, man, it's just they seem like they're pretty much floored. You know, I mean, if they're getting floored any harder, it's a death spiral.
Bitcoin USDT 15-minute chart on TradingView. On the 15-minute chart, it absolutely slapped that 15 or the 50 EMA right there and rejected it.
Dean, like I told you yesterday about that head and shoulders. It's not a head and shoulders because of this drop here on the middle, but it doesn't matter because it is an M pattern. Right? Remember we were talking about that last night. Just screw the head and shoulders. It's a lower high fractal. Right, and then the measured move would be exactly the same. Right, as if it was the head and shoulders, it would be the head. But I also said that there's a good chance that this thing gets front run. But for the most part, we got the entire right side of the M on that.
Yeah. And that was a great discussion on ETH yesterday, Dbloc. Kind of opened my eyes on ETH a little bit more because, like, I really thought that was a bull flag.
Yeah. Those wicks, man. Wicks can be dangerous sometimes.
Yeah, it kind of fools the eye a bit, especially when you zoom out.
Yeah.
Man, those 4 green soldiers on the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin, that is a mighty change in structure there.
I want to hear what Dbloc's comment is. Did you see Trump's tweet today?
No, I didn't. I actually haven't even been on the news today. You
Oh
trolling?
man, like he tweeted that he knows the location of the Ayatollah, and it was that complete surrender.
Unconditional surrender.
I understand hard
Unconditional surrender.
negotiations, but at some point, like, what are we doing?
I mean, you guys don't remember with Kim Jong-un, the Rocket Man scenario, and all this back and forth? Like,
Yeah,
this
it was dumb when he did it then too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but it's not like a lot of people are acting surprised. Like, oh, we thought he was gonna wash it quick, you know.
No, this is what you would expect. This is what you would expect.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
This will be written in the history books for a while because, I mean, think about that. Last night, he tells the people of the country you're at war with to evacuate their capital city. And it looks like at least some of them listened. So, I mean, using social media in that manner is pretty powerful.
A lot of them listen, man. They showed they were showing the highways coming out of Tehran last night, and they were packed, bro. There's like 5 million cars going in one direction, like 2 cars going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I was looking at the Google Maps, and it was all the roads are red in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, that may block military routes, and I mean, it just caused all kinds of chaos. So it was an interesting maneuver.
And one of our guys is actually from Jordan. I'm waiting for him to get online.
Got a lot of people in the region, man. A lot of them just don't speak up. There's a lot of people from the region. You know, it's difficult when you're from that region to speak up in a room full of Americans because some of y'all got no filter. So they tend to just not speak up.
I think we have a pretty neutral. There are biases, without a doubt, but like so far, like we've been.
I'm going to bed, you guys. I hope everyone has green trades.
Take it easy,
Good night.
bro.
Good night, mate.
Good night, buddy. I'll catch you tomorrow. Peace.
Yes.
Yeah, we're 2 days in, Kier. One more day. Remember that the direction doesn't have to be down for the 3 days. We just have to close lower than we did on that weekly high, right?
Okay.
So
That's
we could literally go up for the next 2 days and get to 107 and it'd still be a 3-day retracement. You get what I mean? It's all about the highs. As long as Wednesday closes below where Monday did, then we're good money. And honestly, we got a bit lucky because FOMC on Wednesday moves that midweek reversal to Wednesday instead of Thursday. Right, so that's 24 hours less that we have to worry about losing the ground out from under us.
Yeah, I found a pretty interesting diagram of how the whole Trump enterprise is intertwined with crypto, and it shows like how his sons, what companies, who their directors are, how Barron's connected, like everyone. I'll post a diagram. Let me look it up right now. It's
That's
pretty cool.
interesting. Like a massive spider web.
Exactly. It's pretty
Where did you
interesting.
put it? Where did you put it, Drew?
I'll put it in general chat. Just give me 1 second. I'll find it again.
I like stuff like that. I never thought in my whole life I'd be so interested in like geopolitics and like this all came when I got into crypto.
That shit gets real interesting when it affects your bag.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting the things that I like learning about now. I mean, I have my bread and butter, my cash flow, right? My business. But like crypto is a different rabbit hole. I've definitely dug deeper being in crypto than what like stuff that I've done on my profession.
Crypto will force you to understand how money works.
Yeah, it will force you. That's the word for it. You have to. I just really didn't like how I felt last cycle. Like I felt like an idiot last cycle. Like my first cycle. It's like always hoping, always. Ugh, I don't want to do that again. This just in: U.S. moving more fighter jets to the Middle East. Oh my God, Trump.
Oh
Yo,
boy.
look at how good hype held up. Hype is just on another level.
Yep.
Yash, what you want is for
Yeah.
this support to break. If this blue support here holds or this downtrend holds and pushes up, then that short is at risk. You're basically right at the point where this could fall apart if it's going to, but you need to pay attention.
Yeah, where should I post this? I got Trump's returns too. All his returns.
Put it in
Oh,
general.
put it on general.
What's that?
Put it in general.
General.
General. All right.
It gets weird though, Dbloc. Like here we talk about all this, and it's like our like the topics that we like talking about. It's interesting and all that. When I'm in a when I have dinners with my friends and I start talking about stuff like this,
Just don't do it, bro. Don't do it to yourself.
I get these looks from my buddies, right? They just give me a look like
You gotta shut your brain off when you're around your friends, man. And it's not
yeah,
just
dude.
for their
No,
sake.
no,
Sometimes it's for
I'm
your
learning. I'm
sake
trying
too.
to learn.
Like I learned
Yeah,
my
that's
lesson,
true.
bro. I'd go out with my boys and we'd be out for 3 or 4 hours, and I'd just be sitting there frustrated. And then like 5 hours in, I'd be like, so nobody's gonna talk about how to make any money. Like we've been together for 5 hours. There hasn't been one conversation about how we're gonna get to the bag. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, dude. For real. Oh man. It's like when I'm with my friends, like we're talking about football, we're talking about, talk like
Yeah, there's
and
just
I
like
gave
nobody.
you guys. I gave you guys the high res version too, so you could zoom in on it.
Yeah, I noticed. I zoomed in. It was like, oh, it's 300 DP. It's 300 DPI. Even
Trump's
thickness.
Trump's national security meeting ends after over an hour. CNN reported, and earlier they said as soon as his meeting ends, he's gonna
Yeah,
make a
for
statement.
sure there's gonna be a statement after the meeting. Yeah.
And the second file is his 2025 annual return. All his ventures right there on that PDF.
I'll save you some time. He spent 0 on taxes.
I'm gonna run it through my
Good
chat
deal.
GPT and
Yeah,
see what he
yeah,
tells. Okay, yeah, see who's popping.
yeah.
The Witkoff family. Interesting, interesting. See, I can't just bring out this I can't bring out this diagram and just start explaining stuff to my friends, right?
So it looks like Baron, like his only connection right now, they're calling him the Web3 ambassador, quote unquote. So he's connected, according to this diagram, to World Liberty Financial. So from there, he's, I guess, connected to the WLF protocol governance, USD1, and the WLFI token. And they got access to the WLF treasury, which that feeds into somehow the Trump meme coin partnership with Magic Eden. Yeah, I didn't know Trump had sneakers. He just put out a mobile phone too. So it's going to be $45.47 a month, unlimited text of all these kind of premium benefits you get. I think a free AI agent, things to help you, emergency services, roadside services, all types of stuff. And the phone's going to be gold.
Of course. Well, duh. Come
Can you
on,
post
man.
a link?
Yeah, I'll post a link of the phone too. It's pretty cool, actually. Like funny, at least not cool, but funny.
Do you have the link to Trump's tax attorney?
You guys,
Yeah, I can get that too.
you guys gonna use that Trump phone to hold your crypto?
You know what? I might do that with the Solana one, man. After you said the Solana thing, I eyed it and I said I'm gonna give it a shot.
I mean,
I
look,
mean,
just
no, I don't think anybody should hold
look
the phone.
into the tech. It's pretty interesting. It's like a data locker that it has. I have hard wallets, so I won't use it personally. But maybe for someone who doesn't have any hard wallets, it might be decent.
I posted the link on general chat for the Trump phone too.
If you guys did open that order that Solana phone, you have to go onto the Solana Seeker site and set up your delivery information. Deliveries are going out, and they announced that Seeker is dropping its own token. It's going to be airdropped to Seeker holders. So get ready for some free monies.
See, that's what kind of appealed to me because Solana is kind of like the whole infrastructure for the meme coins. So I just automatically assumed if you start holding that Solana phone, wouldn't they start airdropping random coins on you?
Bro, I got Mew airdropped. I got Popcat airdropped. I spent $450 on the pre-order of the phone during the founders round, and I made about $1,500 in airdrops. So the phone paid for itself. With Mew alone, that cat in the dog's world, they dropped what ended up being about $900 worth of that shit right into your phone. Same thing they did during the first Solana phone, right? During the first Solana phone, it came with Bonk loaded when Bonk was going crazy and everybody made a shit ton of money on that phone. They were reselling the phone unopened on eBay for like $3,000 because of how much Bonk it had in it.
Dang. Yeah, see, that's what's been appealing to me lately.
Mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. During the bear market, we'll go start messing with airdrops and shit like that again. There is free money in crypto. The reason free meaning you don't have to pay for it. There are things you have to do.
You got to work for it.
Yeah, there's things you have to do, but you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, when Pengu launched, I made like $700 from all of my Phantom wallets when they were airdropping Pengu. That was crazy. They were giving Pengu to everyone who had Ethereum, active Ethereum, and Solana wallets from 2024. Sorry, 2023, 2024.
Limitless, you have to wait for the season. It's not really airdrop season right now. So if you go around hunting for airdrops now, you're gonna find a bunch of bullshit. Airdrop season was like a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago now.
Yeah, I funded a
Yeah.
project. I can't say which one it is, but I funded a project so hard on the timeline that the dev paid me to shut up. There is free money out there.
Excuse me.
Remember the osmosis run? Oh man, airdrops every day. If you needed your dry powder to start your bags for the run, that was it. That time.
Jupe should do well, Binksy. Soul does well, Jupe's gonna do well. You can never really lose with going for the main decks.
Are you talking about Jupiter's coin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jupe and Ray.
Radium has more volume, right? On their platform.
Yeah. That's gonna be even more volume later on. But yeah.
So when someone's using Phantom, would you say the aggregator on Phantom usually ends up going to Radium? Because when I traded,
Not really. Not really.
yeah,
Not really.
I saw
So,
it sporadic.
yeah. So Radium provides liquidity for coins that are being launched in Radium. There's also Meteora and stuff like that. But Jupe makes its money through, of course, like the fees, because it's a DEX, right? And it is the main launch pad of Solana. So when it wants to launch a very good coin, a lot of these coins launch on Jupiter, but it is a tad more expensive. But on Radium, everything is launched through Radium.
Yeah, the aggregator is supposed to pick the best price usually. So I guess that means Radium's not giving the best prices most of the time on the trade.
No. It's not. It's not. Jupiter is still the cheapest.
This Coinbase news is getting really spicy, bro. I think it's gonna be the birth of a new narrative.
What's
the
the
JPM token?
No, they said in a couple of months they are going to bring a button onto Coinbase that is a shop on chain button, and all you literally have to do is click it on your Coinbase, and it has full integration to the swap, and you get any coin that you can get on Base, you can get it right on Coinbase without having to go through their decks. Which means that if you are a developer and you're developing a project, you're getting a free Coinbase listing by developing on Base versus having to pay to develop on another block. Yeah, exactly.
Yo, not only that, but right
That's
now
like skipping step.
they submitted an application, and remember how Binance? I don't know if they still do. They got tokenized stocks, like you can buy Tesla and all that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Coinbase just applied for that.
Oh.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for a lot of low market cap base tokens that have a lot of mind share that people on Coinbase have not been able to buy till now.
Toshi's not on Coinbase yet, right?
No, Toshi's on
Brett's
Coinbase.
Toshi is. Brett isn't. Brett, they're gonna get Brett access, but I'm looking at some of the smaller stuff.
That's crazy. Oh, the thing is with Jupe also, why Jupe's gonna do well, it has wormhole. So for people who want to run the Solana ecosystem and want to have Bitcoin and ETH, you can do that through Jupe.
The reason that I think this is important is because, I told you my thesis when you get towards the end of the market. If the coin that you're holding isn't easily accessed by retail, they're not going to learn how to use DEXs and find their way into the on chain to find that coin you're holding. this kind of changes that for base coins. This is giving full access to brand new people.
That's skipping a major step. Usually, for your coin to enter Coinbase, you have to go through the entire maze of going through all of the central exchanges and getting, you have to have
So
like a
would
huge.
would you
That's
imagine
crazy.
that they're gonna have a filter on that though? They're not just gonna let any Joe, Dick, or Harry make their coin on there, right?
If it's
Sure,
on
for sure,
if it's on base, you're gonna have access on Coinbase. So
that's crazy.
if they're not filtering anybody making base tokens now, then it doesn't, because they're still gonna all be instantly accessible. Basically, what it is like enable swap. It's like an enable swap button, and it doesn't change any. You don't have to. There's no gas fee. There's no wallet you have to figure out. It's like
They
push
almost
button.
have that. They almost have that because once they ask you like, would you like to connect your DeFi wallet to Coinbase, and by you giving them that approval, then they give you all those services basically, like except for the thing with the developers that are on base, but to go back and forth and to get all your base tokens and to swap them, So now you don't even have to give them your permission. I guess they're gonna have that button.
It's just a way to onboard people who don't even have a hot wallet.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah.
You'll probably pay out the ass for those auto swaps at first, right?
Well, they said that there was going to be no gas fees in the beginning, but the gas fees are coming. I mean, you can't trade on swaps and not pay gas. Thing is that gas on base is so low anyways, so.
There is a way if you
Turn on
do
the
a
fan.
subscription on
You
Coinbase.
can't turn on the AC, otherwise we're not gonna get any.
You got an
better.
open mic, brother.
But yeah, if you on Coinbase, if you pay for the $29.99 subscription, they give you per month, I think $10 of gas fees rebate that you can use. So $10 actually, I mean, like for gas fees, you can do a little bit of swapping on base because it's not expensive to swap on base, and they give you that if you're a subscriber.
Yeah, it's almost free, bro. It's basically free. With that subscription on Coinbase. What's up, fellas, ladies?
What up, Steve? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not my account. What's up?
But just be careful. A lot of times people think they're getting a free trade when they're on the Coinbase regular because they're paying, it says free swaps, but they're not considering the spread. And the market spread that you got there, they're basically giving you a bad spread, and that's how they're getting your money. So it's still better to do advanced trades on the advanced trade chart.
That was the kind of mindset I was thinking as far as the auto swap, kind of same concept.
Lord, what was that?
Yo.
Like you're
Just
in
grinding
a,
up.
you're in an aircraft carrier factory.
Exactly.
Welding going on in the
Occasional meat
background.
grinder.
Little angle grinder.
Oh, vortex.
I shut my
Yeah,
kid.
guys. So I wanted to get my report to you, especially in point of Dbloc. So yesterday when I was going long on BTC when it was pumping, I get a little bit of funny games with my girlfriend, and then I fall asleep. Then this morning I woke up. I hope he remembers Dbloc when I said that I was on zero, like 26 cents. So today in the morning when the BTC starts going down, I saw those points 1, 2, 3, 4, which the resistance and supporting.
Mm-hmm.
So I went all in. I loaded up $200, and now I am $1,300, which is 60% of my capital thanks to Dbloc. So I'm very thankful, brother.
Let's go.
You're making my skills.
Yeah, bro.
Good job, bro.
Profits.
You're making my skills very confident.
Nice,
So, yeah,
brother. Nice.
W, baby. W. That's a win, brother.
Nah, I remember you were stressed out last night, bro. I'm glad to hear that, brother.
Yeah, this just in. Israeli officials estimate that the U.S. may join the war against Iran tonight. Tonight.
I'm telling you
Yeah,
guys, I
tonight
have
is
not
night.
changed my mind. There's nothing. I'm putting together all the puzzle pieces, and to me, it is we are getting in. We're getting in. We're gonna need to go in. We're gonna need to drop those bunker buster bombs that Israel doesn't have to get to the spots that they can't get to. President doesn't leave a meeting with another president to run back to Washington to call in his situation team to the situation room after threatening Iran live in 4K for it not to turn into something. I'm open to be wrong. I'm open for this to just be the hardest of hard negotiation tactics. It wouldn't surprise
It's
me.
the launches, bro. It's the build up and how many missiles are going in and out of these countries is crazy. And so we might as well. You're right. You know, we cannot give Israel these bombs to go to into Iran.
No, you gotta do it yourself.
So it'll be for
Gotta do it yourself. All right, we're at that resistance now. Let's see if this holds.
My bad, y'all. They kicked on that concrete saw right as I was walking by trying
That's
to say
exactly
something.
what it sounded like too. Nah, you're good.
I want to see Trump's war walk. How he walks when it's wartime.
Took a couple extra Sudafed today to be perked up.
Yeah. So Bush had that walk, remember? When he started the Afghanistan war? He had that walk.
Need them Bitcoin bunker busters.
All right, let's see if we hold. We're down to that up channel. We left a nice vector on the way up. I mean, on the way down for some fuel at our retest.
All right, let's market close. See what we're gonna do after hours.
Yo, remember I don't know if you remember I was talking about the DXY and just like timing Powell's cuts or even like his announcements or hints at it. Like he probably doesn't want to cut with like the dollar so low. If the US does, you know, go to Iran or whatever, you know, joins Israel in the war, that would bid up the dollar, right? Like that would definitely bid up the dollar.
War is not great for the dollar just because it excuse me. War is not great for the dollar usually because people go into bonds. They know the country is about to go in debt, right, during war. So people rush the bonds during times like that.
Oh, okay.
Bonds and gold.
Yeah, you can see it on the charts. You can see gold. Gold's like such a great indicator right now.
Yeah, I agree,
AD,
Ahmad. They're negotiating with like real lives.
See that 512
I
Bitcoin
just
just
saw that
broke.
right out of the corner of my eye, bro. Literally, when you said
Yeah,
it, I was like hard blinking. Like, was that
yeah,
52 or was that 500?
512. Buy.
Bank of
Yeah,
Japan
I
it kept
saw
their
that in
rate.
the market.
Bank of Japan had their FOMC or their version of the FOMC yesterday. They kept the rates the same, but they ended QT. Interesting.
Which country? Bank of what?
Japan.
Japan.
The Japanese carry trade unwinding is the only thing big enough to affect the global liquidity cycle. That's a cycle stopper. So I really try to keep my eye on what they got going on over there. Nah, you don't see OTC on the tape, Neve. Somebody actually bought that on exchange. Yeah, Vito. In the carry trade, what we basically do, what the world does, is it goes and it borrows cheap yen, right? And it uses that cheap yen to buy assets. And it takes those profits from those assets and it collateralizes them to get some more cheap yen, right? So the cycle continues. The problem is that whenever you have problem with the yen, if the rates go up, then what everybody owes on that original yen is also going up. And if the dollar happens to be going down at the same time, which is what happens because the yen goes up, dollar goes down. So now the money that you owe is going up, right? The amount that you owe is going up. The rate at which you have to pay is going up. And the dollar you're using to pay for it is losing value. So what happens is you get massive sell-offs. People have to cover their margins. They sell all their assets, go pay off their cheap yen. It has a lot to do with what runs global liquidity is the access to that cheap yen. It's just the sort of thing that once it starts to unravel, it escalates, right? Because if I'm holding $1 billion in Apple or whatever, and I got, the loan from Bank of Japan, and now their rates are going up, and maybe you have $1 billion in Apple, and you sold your $1 billion of Apple to pay your shit off, now I've got a real problem, right? Because now you're eating into my profits. So not only is my dollar weak, but the assets that I'm going to sell off to pay for this debt is dropping in price because everybody's panicking. So now you have to panic or you lose everything, and then it just becomes like a snowball effect. What is that, DJ? They gave a $200 capital gains. I haven't read that. $200 doesn't sound like a whole lot, though. Like, I'll take it, I guess. Oh, for buys under 200. Individual buys, or do they accumulate? Like, can I just buy 190 every time I DCA? Can I DCA 199? Or is it cumulative? I'm already trying to figure out how to game the system, and I don't even live in Ohio. My bad, DJ. I didn't mean to put you on a research assignment. I was just curious.
Yo, yo. Dbloc, what's that level again where the daily has to close above it? I feel like it was 102 something.
Yeah, 102 something. I can't remember exactly what.
Hey, Dbloc, if we are able to stay above like the current trend, do you think we can get a recovery from here?
Oh, this just in. Iran has prepared missiles and other military equipment for strikes on U.S. bases if U.S. joins war.
They already announced we are joining the war tonight. They're joining the
Wait,
attacks.
what happened? What'd you say?
U.S. There was a meeting in the Washington D.C., the Situation Room meeting, and they just decided to join the attacks on Iran with Israel tonight.
No, that's not confirmed. They're
Yeah, that's
saying it
confirmed. I'm watching it live right now.
from the White House.
Not from the White House, but it's a stream
Yeah,
which
those are just
shows
rumors,
all.
though. There's
No,
no
it's not the
confirmation.
rumor. It's not
I
the
mean,
rumor.
the only confirmation would you would have to wait for someone from the U.S. like Trump to confirm it. Those are
No, it's the basically a stream by the well-renowned
I know.
person.
What I'm
I'm
saying,
back.
like, it's not confirmation though until it comes directly from the White House.
Yeah, it is confirmed.
Everything I'm saying, that's saying Israeli media claims that the U.S. likely to join, but and yeah, nothing. The U.S. hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah, meeting just finished, so they're gonna announce it really soon.
I think so too.
I don't know.
Do you think it will attack?
Yeah, I think the U.S. is getting involved. This is escalating. Remember when this happened? I was like, look, as long as each side de-escalates with each attack, this will fizzle out into nothing. Right. So what we're really watching for is escalation. Trump escalated this yesterday.
If Trump announces anything tonight, do you think we'll get the same thing that happened this night, the other night? Sorry.
I mean, I don't know. It seems like every time we get an effect, it's less and less. So I would imagine some sort of, freak out, some sort of emotional response. But it seems like people have been stepping in to buy those dips sooner and sooner, right? I think everybody's gonna fall
So
for
you think
that
that's
get emotional and run away game.
yeah, I understand. So you think that this is the current bottom, so to speak, at 103 something, right?
Well, that's what we're doing this week. We'll find our bottom by Wednesday. If it's not now, we'll get it by FOMC. So I can't say this is the bottom now, especially not with this showing weakness. We had our W pattern, it played out. We couldn't hold the uptrend. We've cleared these vectors, but if we don't hold this SR flip that we made, we'll probably come down and clear these liquidations, which would give us a lower bottom. So it's all about what happens in
And
the
you think that
next
the bottom will be in
20
before the
minutes.
FOMC, or
Yeah, right. Or made on the day. You know that volatility that comes in. What I would like to see is for us to have already found the bottom and be somewhere up around 107, 108 when FOMC comes in. That way we have some room for the volatility. You know what I mean? If we're down at like
yeah,
103
yeah,
when
I understand.
FOMC starts, I'm worried that the volatility could drop you, lower.
Yeah, I'm looking at this POC at 97 something, and I'm scared that if something happens tonight, we might get the panic that gets us there, and before
Yeah.
FOMC, we might be under 100K.
Yeah. Unfortunately, without knowing how this is going to play out, it's going to be kind of hard to judge. We'll be glued to our televisions today, all day, I'm sure.
Yeah. But it looks like we might get above the uptrend, the downtrend, and we might start making another structure, which is good looking for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if this does hold here, then we've just put in a higher low, right? We just fractaled our higher low structure into a larger time frame, right? So that first W played out. That was the measured move. If this is our bottom for that drop, then we're putting in another higher low structure. Your neckline would be right there. And then your measured move would take you into those ranges that we're talking about. But we've got to hold this. Without holding this, there is no W.
Yeah, here's an interesting tweet. The S&P has not made a new high since 2018 when priced in gold. It's actually making a new low since the pandemic of 2020.
Yeah. Peter Schiff likes that little. He pulls that one out of his back pocket all the time during debates. Until you tell him to do the same math with Bitcoin. He's like, well, it hasn't been around long enough. Like, okay, just do the time that it has been around.
Yeah, I think Drew was mentioning that like he saw something. Peter Schiff was softening a little bit on Bitcoin.
He was at the
Crazy, man.
conference. He was at the Bitcoin conference, and they kind of jumped him. I'll be honest with you.
He actually went to that?
Yeah, bro. He went to it. He was on stage. He was one of the panel speakers, and then they all try to like jump him. It was almost like beat up Peter Schiff in public sort of event. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't agree with him, but he held his own. He was sitting there laughing at a room full of Bitcoiners with that arrogant look he has on his face, like he knows something that nobody else does, right? It was great.
Don't underestimate Drew, man. He's the man.
The person that I've seen get the closest to cracking him, and I've seen him up against Sailor, I've seen him up against the best. The person that I've seen him crack him the most is Raul Paul. Raul Paul got him to admit that if he could go back in time, that he would buy Bitcoin the first time he heard of it, and that it was a mistake not to do it. It was so hard for him to get that shit out of his mouth, but he did. Put him in a corner and finally was like, well, I mean, of course. Knowing what we know now, of course, I would have bought as much as I possibly could. Aha. Got him. Elvis, we need to come back up above the 50, right? We can crawl back up above the 50 and the 13 and start digging into this vector. Then that'll sort of confirm the attempt for the right part of the W. W's are not confirmed until they actually hit their neckline, though. Right? We like to future trip a little bit just to give people an idea of what pattern is playing out currently. But technically, it's not a W until you get to 105.2. What we'd be looking for. Our first W's already played out, so we can put that one on dots. Our invalidation would be that dotted line for the current fractal. You know how horrible it is to be watching a pattern that looks bullish start to build out, knowing that any minute now the President of the United States is going to come on television and say some wild shit. I don't know what it is. It could be unexpectedly good or unexpectedly horrible. It's the unexpected part that... Unexpected
I mean, you
part that's
figure,
the issue.
you know how like typically markets like like to price in and they don't like surprises. I figured they've priced in a lot of the downside, right? Maybe, or
Oh,
at least crypto feels like that.
we've priced in us going to war. This dump here, from the time that he tweeted, I know a lot of people, you know, oh, it's just bluster, it's just this, it's just... Listen, sometimes when the President of the United States says something, even if you know him to talk shit, you almost have to err on the side of believing him, right? So this here, in my opinion, is us pricing in the U.S. joining the war. Doesn't mean we won't have an emotional sort of reaction to it, but for the most part, I think most of the smart money has already priced this in.
You know, one thing that hasn't moved that I thought would come down a little bit more on the stock side is Nvidia. Nvidia's held up really well. Like that's probably what's holding the SPY up too, or it's trying to. Nvidia just looks like it wants to knife to like 130, 127.
Yeah, I would be a lot more worried playing around on Legacy right now. They're so they're so tied to they're so tied to energy prices, right? I mean, not like Bitcoin mining isn't, but oil going up really affects 90% of legacy assets. This whole idea of declaring war, they don't have to declare war. They'll just go in there, fuck some shit up, and then come out after and drop a press release, say we're officially at war. We haven't given warnings to countries that we're coming since the first Iraq. Warren's trying to stand in front of that, man. Warren was talking shit about the Genius side. She's gonna try to block it.
Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell,
Yeah, they're
Mrs.
counting votes
Capito,
now.
Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn.
Definitely not gonna listen to them. Just call out names though. Genius votes going on right now. They're just sitting there calling some names. As soon as we get the numbers, I'll throw it up on the screen.
What are they voting right now?
On the they're voting on the Genius side. Give me a second, my phone's ringing. All right, I'm back. My bad. I wonder what poly market is on the Genius Act passing. Let me see. Hey, that Litecoin ETF approval in 2025 is up to 77%. Wow, do they not have a poly market for it actually? Interesting. I thought for sure somebody would be betting on that. Maybe it's not as degen over there as I thought.
Mr. Ricketts, aye.
But just in case you guys don't think that they take us as a joke, look at this room. Right, one of the most consequential bills for crypto. Basically taking stables off of a securities list out of the hands of the CFTC, SEC, giving the banks the rights to start their own stables,
Coons,
making them
now.
back them one for one. And there's 3 senators sitting in the room. 2 senators that thought it was worth coming to sit. And then these goofballs. Find the chair, losers.
What do you think is more probable, to pass it or not?
I think it'll pass. The reason that I think it'll pass is because of the benefits for the dollar, right? Like what you're basically doing is ensuring that even if the petrodollar fails, that the crypto dollar will help support sort of the U.S.'s role as the world currency. But there is some pushback from the Dems, so I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really gone into the bill and really looked at everything that's in there. So, you know, they like to sneak shit in. There might be some pork in there that doesn't necessarily have to be in there, but just opens the floodgates for banks. But it would take effect this year if it passes. Daniel, you had 24 hours today to do whatever you wanted, bro. It's a massive world out there. Yet you chose to be here with us. You know how many different YouTube channels there are, bro? I know, I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling, bro. I'm just talking shit. Nah, I know, dude, but I'm a troll too, and then I just get bored and I decide I want to troll along, and then it just becomes a troll-a-lol-lol. Bro, I was forged in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. There's nothing you can say to me. Nah, if you had your formative years, if you grew up learning what life was in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies, there's really not much anybody can say to affect how you feel at this point. You heard it all. You heard it all, and you heard it from 7-year-olds. Highest probability is if this doesn't hold, and we're like right, you know, if we just, let's forget about everything on the page and just go naked chart and track momentum, right? Our 13 hasn't crossed yet. Been fighting, prices under, so you know the game here. Until that 13 crosses the 50 and we get one candle of confirmation, this momentum is still bullish. So we'll zoom in and keep an eye on it in real time.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question. On your other Bitcoin chart, on the more on the macro, the one we've got the range of the weekly close and the daily close. So if we start close, I'm just thinking in the future, just in case it might happen, it might not, right?
Yeah.
If we do close dailies underneath that range, or is that gonna be we're gonna start targeting the vectors that we left behind, or is that more of
Yeah.
like a
Yeah. The problem is right underneath it, we got a vector down to 96.9.
and then right under that there's another one just under the console, yeah, right over there.
Mm-hmm.
So in
My
this situation,
plan, I'll tell you what my plan is. If we close daily underneath, I'm going into Bitcoin. All my alts are getting put back into their sets. I don't mind taking the drop down to mid 90s in Bitcoin. I'm not doing it in alts. Right, so at that point, I take the money that I pulled out of my Bitcoin to put into alts to make more Bitcoin. I realize those gains into Satoshis, and then I look to buy the dip as we come down. But we don't need to get ahead of ourselves. It is good to have a plan, though, obviously. And the closer we get to risking it, you know what I mean, the more I'll talk about it. I'm gonna be annoying about this shit. So
no, I feel you. I was just trying to look at both possibilities.
Yep.
Would you do the same with dollars? Like you'd sell them at this level?
I would rather sit in dollars than sit in alts if that happens, yeah. But if I had the option between sitting in dollars and sitting in Bitcoin, I'd rather sit in Bitcoin because at least Bitcoin gives me a hedge against being wrong. Right? Being in Bitcoin gives me a hedge against waking up in the morning and finding a God candle that just came out of nowhere. And at the end of the day, if I don't realize it, because remember these alts came out of Bitcoin. So I sold Satoshis to get these alts. I need those Satoshis back before anything. Bitcoin gets paid before anybody, including me.
So if we want to start moving into like Satoshis like that, we just kind of got to go all in on Bitcoin and then start playing the alts with that Bitcoin rather than the dollar, right?
Yeah, the way I do it is during the bear market on the way down, I'm accumulating dollars, right? I'm playing swings. All my trading that happens during the bear market is to accumulate as much fiat as possible. At the bottom of the bear market, when dominance bottoms out and starts cutting up, my fiat all goes into Bitcoin. Right? That's my dry powder. I don't even look at that as an investment per se. That's just my dry powder bag. Right? Bitcoin is my crypto money. I buy crypto with Bitcoin, not dollars. And then the only time I take